Hail and well met. Or should I say, male wet? I know you're listening. I want you to know that I want you to keep listening. Are you all alone with no one to talk to? Then I think you know what to do. You want to reach out and touch that keyboard and join in all the raucous fun and naughty revelry. Come and listen to the rousing discussions of fiery balls, succulent succubae, and dominating demonesses. Let us tantalize you with tales of hardened warriors, whipped peasants, and of course, everyone's favorites, giggling and tickling gnome folk. Be a good little fan and tell your friends. Bug your co-workers. Write a letter to your local politician. Let's be sure to encourage all those little would-be fans of the realms out there to subscribe to the Mages and Sages podcast and do indeed put that thumbs up and like the episode, and of course, ring my bell for all the hottest notifications. You know you want to. And who am I, you ask? Why, it's me, Ed Greenwood, the one that's been making all your fantasies come true for decades. Let's keep a good thing going, baby.
We'll be getting good at this.
We're getting good at this. Okay, I'll start it off. Jeff Thetford, Chief Cook and Bottle Washer of Mages and Sages here, and we're doing the gaming with the Old Mage for the Doom of the Last Lions. I am playing a Delthrar Dawnstorm, a 9th level human male ranger. And Ed, take it off.
Okay, hi, I'm Ed Greenwood, the Old Mage, the creator of the Forgotten Realms and your Dungeon Master for today. I will be playing the cast of thousands who have not yet been introduced. Take it away, somebody!
All right, my name is Eric Boyd. I had the privilege of writing a few things in the past as a freelancer, and delighted to be here today. And I will be playing Masker, not that Masker Wands, unfortunately, but I'll still try to blow stuff up. And over to you, George.
Hi guys, I'm George Crashos, all the way from Australia, doing it into the night here in this wonderful game. I'm playing Brella Ilfrost, a Dautu fighter from Mole Master with, I don't know, a deep voice maybe. We'll work it out.
And I am Nicola from Southern Italy, an aspiring game designer, and I'll be playing Simbril Kragar, a beautiful lady that hides more blades than a small keep.
Hey guys, my name is Peter Cardona, and today I'll be playing Zond, James Zond, Wizard Extraordinaire, a haughty student, as well as an individual who likes to act mysterious, and I really like to emphasize the word act, out there for his own power, his own gain, and his own fame as an arcane PI.
Wow.
Nice.
And I'm Lucas, and I'm from Denmark. I work as an archaeologist, but today I will take on the role of Bralagar of Tempest, and I will appease the Lord of Battles with friendship and kindness, and eventual axe blows, if possible.
Awesome. Steve, you might as well say something.
Hi, Steve Parlin. I won the first Gaming with the Old Mage contest, was one of the group from that game, and they've invited me back to play an NPC today.
That's right.
Awesome.
Perfect. Okay, everybody, so I'm going to give you the breakdown of the Doom of the Last Lions. The Last Lion noble family of Cormyr keeps such a low public profile that aside from courtiers and nobles of the Forest Kingdom, almost no one has heard of them. This isn't surprising, as they were ennobled by King Azun IV soon after he ascended the throne for discreet covert services to the crown, and have continued such discretion ever since. However, the most recent generation of House Last Lion is as flamboyant, rebellious, and eccentric as the worst old-blood, haughty, and decadent noble houses of Khmer. 2 sons, 3 daughters, and 2 difficult aunts, a Spitfire matriarch, a stiff-necked patriarch, and some rather sinister servants feud and taunt each other in the remote country mansion of Lion Towers, in a little wooded valley among the rolling hills west of Gars. And that, people, is one sentence, Ed. Let me
Breathe!
take a breath.
Breathe, Jeff. Breathe.
Let me breathe.
Circular breathing.
Oh, you, the Baron's blades, have been sent by your patron, the Baron of Hawkhill, in northeasternmost rural to escort a payment he owes Lord Hallark Last Lion, patriarch of the Last Lions, a lost bet, you suspect. You safely done so, and were eagerly and cheerfully invited to stay the night and feast by the delighted Lord Last Lion. You suspect he'll furnish the household with entertainment to gossip about for months. However, the feast never gets going as the household erupts in turmoil. The Last Lion heir, Hallark's eldest son, Sandlor, has been found dead. His throat slit.
Dun, dun, dun.
House wizard assigned to the Last Lions by the crown lies dying in front of Sandlor, stabbed many times. When the servants find him, he's struggling to finish writing something in his own blood on the floor tiles. As they rush up, horrified, he expires, and they see he's written the doom of the last lot. Arr. They also see
Died while carving it.
they also see a magic upon Sandlor's fading away, and his body shifts into a taller, thinner, hairless, gray-skinned form, a doppelganger. Oh dear. Okay.
Just want to say at that size, Zahn just pulls out a notepad, scribbles down a Cormyrean counterfeit.
Oh, dun dun dun.
Okay, we need to organize our safe words for doppelganger infiltration.
Doppelganger.
Oh god.
Okay, everybody, get it out of their system. Let's
Yeah.
go.
Way going. Sorry.
Okay, Ed, the floor is yours.
Well, I should point out that all of you have your floor plans handy. If you look at the music room, which is over there on the right, if you put the terrace at the top, right where that lovely semicircular feature is, that's where Sandler's body is lying. And standing over him, but obviously having come into the room from the morning room and not approached any closer, is a tall, thin, immaculately dressed man in a tailcoat and breeches. He's an older man, and you've seen him before, standing behind the door when you were all ushered into the Lion Towers, and you're not quite sure what he is, but he seems to be like, a butler sort of person, and that would be you, Steve.
Greetings all. Kindar Braskin, Chamberlain. I expect you to all be on your best behavior for Lord Last Lion, or I can get snooty.
Snooty.
That's
Snotty.
Okay. Well.
Pay no attention to the body on the floor. This happens all the time.
I see you have some unfinished business there. May we take a peek around?
Please do what you can.
Try to look around, I guess.
You do. And you can't help but notice, coming in through the door from the library is a woman, old, short, slender, bustling, she's wearing a sort of cummerbund type girdle type thing above her belt. And she needs to, because her belt and this cummerbund thing are all over with scissors and bunches of keys and pouches here and there. And there's a coil of rope, and there's what looks like a pry bar stuck through her thing. And there's what, would astonish certain members of the party. They think they're looking at thieves' picks and tools bristling out of some of her. And it's incredible what this woman is carrying. She jingles when she walks, and she stops, looks down at the bleeding corpse on the floor and the unfinished message written in blood, and sighs and said, "Oh, it's to be expected, isn't it? Can I clean this up, or do you have to take a closer look?"
Excuse me, my lady. Why is it expected?
Well, this is not a happy household, and everyone has secrets. And, the good old days were better than the way the world is trending today. And these young last lands, they're not good for much,
Be
If
that as
I'm
it
not
may.
speaking beyond my station.
And you are?
Oh, I am the chatelaine of Flying Towers. My name is Selra Stonetide. I am no one of consequence. I'm just one of those many people in the world who work hard so that everybody else can swagger around and be adventurers and noble people and other wastrels.
We thank
I,
you for your
s-
service.
I swagger forward as an adventurer.
Nice. It looks good on you.
Thank
they're,
you.
they're hanging slightly to the left, I see.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. It sounds like somebody needs a freshening up.
Can we tell how the murder was done?
As you look down at the body, you have this distinct impression that somebody slit its throat from ear to ear.
Is there a knife present?
The heir, the dead heir of, well, of course, the doppelganger who is masquerading as the dead heir of House Last Lion, has a sheathed dagger at his belt, ornamental, beautiful, has the little badge of the house on the pommel and everything. But other than that, you can't see any. Oh, and the chatelaine who's just come into the room has a long pair of scissors, clean, no blood. What looks like the sort of needle that you'd drive into the middle of a loaf of bread. 2 or 3 knitting needles, or darning needles, they probably are, and a small belt knife as well, very small, in its sheath. Probably, well, she might have done this, but it doesn't look like it, and there's no blood on her hands.
I have a question for the lady we just met. So I will move up to her and ask, so since this is expected, you say, would this be the reason why we're looking at a doppelganger? Was this his role to take the brunt of political intrigue?
Oh, it's not for me to speak as to what's hiding behind masks within these walls. But I will say this much. There's more than one of these here. And
I gather as much.
there are many, many cross currents in this household.
What if the whole family is doppelgangers?
Well,
I was thinking.
interesting.
I must implore you to keep my lord's secrets that I will share with you.
Seeing as how this is a crime scene at the moment, nothing discussed here will leave.
There is perhaps a wizard that my lord deals with, an unsavory sort, and he could be anyone in this household. It is not surprising that Lord Last Lion's heir has one last smile to depart upon us, but the wizard could remain. He is a unsavory wizard from the Far East who wears red robes.
Oh.
Oh no. Not again.
Good fashion choice, don't you think,
Good
Pralagar?
Yes. Yes. Easy to
How-
sleep that way.
How about that haircut too? Let's talk about that.
What hair?
But I implore you, this does not leave this hall. My lord's
And where is-
reputation depends upon it.
Where is Lord Last Lion at the moment?
Of that I couldn't help you. Perhaps somewhere on the grounds.
Mhm.
What about any of the family for that matter?
Well, I do believe it is their custom to wait in the morning room until we ring the bell to tell them that food is served in the dining room. So I trust if we went there, you could find them there now. But I rather think it is the station of the Chamberlain and myself to go and break the news to them about the demise of their son.
It would be good to see their reaction, if you don't
Yes.
mind.
Well, I think you should come with us. Watch. We talk about their son. We say nothing about the thing their son turned into. You watch the reaction. You impart that information and watch their reaction.
That sounds reasonable.
I've always wanted to
Did
be
we-
a
do we-
conspirator. This will be fun.
And
So-
do we know how he died?
Slit throat. It was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless there's something hidden you haven't seen.
That's what I was trying to say is like, could we look around a little more closely to make sure there's not something on a second glance you can see?
Well, we
That's,
can do that. Turn them over. Look on. Look for any other wounds.
I would like to check on the House Wizard's wounds to see how big of a weapon would have made those wounds.
Is it a smooth, ma'am? Is it a smooth? Do we know it's a smooth cut or is it a jagged?
It's a
Skin-
smooth cut. This
Smooth
was
cut.
probably made with a sword or other bladed weapon, not a
very sharp.
tool. Or, yeah. Like, you don't think somebody grabbed a picture frame and used the sharp corner or anything like that.
Well, I mean, but more along the lines of was this a weapon of that was handy, that was close by, like a bread knife or something that's serrated, but this is actually something very sharp. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like it would be a sword. Probably that did this, and that's the only wound you can see.
Okay.
Other than there's an identical or made by the same sort of weapon cut on the palm and between these two fingers
Oh.
of the corpse, as if,
Defensive.
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Vain defensive sort of move. And you also notice when you turn the body over, there are two tiny drops of blood leading towards the library.
Oh.
But this is consistent with, if somebody was wiping a blade as they ran,
Okay.
which is you would normally do if you were putting your sword back in its scabbard.
Ah.
If you don't want it to be rusty, you wipe the blood as you go and then shove it back in the scabbard. Well, if there's a lot of blood on it, before your whatever you're using to wipe with gets down that far, you might have a few drops come off the point of the blade as you're moving. And it looks like that's what happened.
So, two questions. Because I thought we were in the library. Where exactly are we in the manor right now?
You're in the music room.
Music room, yeah.
Music room. Gotcha. And I'd also, instead of just looking at the body, I'd like to look around the room. Like, is there toppled furniture? Like, did it look like signs of a struggle, or was this like he didn't even see it coming? Like, quick and done. The room is clean, aside from the freshly spilled blood.
The room looks clean. I mean, you've never been in this room until now, so you don't know how
orderly or messy it
normally,
is.
Yeah, but it looks very orderly. And neither the Chamberlain nor the Chatelaine, and they're standing right there. You could ask them if you want, but neither of them reacted as if anything was missing. By the way, the music room, there's no piano because there are no pianos, but there is a giant harp, as in almost as tall as a person, and it is so dusty, strings and all, that you get the feeling that it's there for show, that nobody's played this in years. And if you did run your fingers along the strings and do one of those, maybe later into the future, glissandos on the or glissades on the strings, you'd be this cloud of dust would go out that would leave you coughing. Okay. There are some, well, for want of a better term, they look like shawms and recorders on the wall on racks. And there's a pleasant little map of Cormyr, framed and put up. And there's a little woven tapestry hanging of a satyr playing panpipes while dancing through a forest somewhere. And whoever made this tapestry doesn't think much of music, because they included two human foresters just hidden away in the background amongst the trees, both of whom are grimacing and have their hands over their ears.
Okay.
As the others are investigating the room, Bralagar exclaims aloud, "By the blood of Tempest, you are looking for signs when you should be looking for answers. Allow me." And I stride towards the woman. And I say, "Good woman, would you permit a minor..."
Well, that's your first mistake.
Oh. Good woman, would you permit a minor casting upon the body?
I can't stop. Go right ahead. If anything will get to the bottom of this, I'm all for it.
Rest assured that not a stone shall be unturned. And I
That's
go to
what I'm afraid of.
this
house will fall down.
I go to the body and I would like to cast Speak with the Dead on it.
Okay, so you do that.
Mm-hmm. And it, if I am correct, it should be able to answer some questions, but they may or may not be truthful.
Yes.
Yes. You there? Who are you?
I am myself.
You do realize you're dead?
I fear so. A career-ending move? I think not.
Enough of your jokes. Who killed you?
The other one.
Who is the other one?
Well... another of my kind. Hiding in another last lion.
Do you know which one?
Of course.
And I think that's all the questions I have actually. Well, I relay the information to my compatriots who were out of earshot.
Ask him if you still have time. How many more of his kind are here?
Well, I think I only have 5 questions.
Oh,
to
do
answer.
you? Oh,
Yeah.
Which makes the last one.
And Ed's played this game a lot of times.
Well, hang on. How many did you ask? You had,
Well, 5.
yeah.
Okay.
May have been 6.
So he said the other one, implying maybe the presence of just one.
Just one, yes.
doppelganger. Maybe.
yeah,
I
but-
suspect, good fellows, the Doorjacks. There are 6 on staff. The wizard sometimes comes to the towers to spy, and I suspect he takes the form of or controls one of the 6 Doorjacks in our employee. Perhaps start there.
Aye.
And where would we find these door jacks?
They're about the towers.
Can you assemble them in one room for us?
Mm.
Yes, I could. And I'll go about collecting them.
Okay, terrific. And should we collect them right here in the music room with the dead body?
Maybe not. Perhaps I would be revealing our hand too soon.
Ah, then
Maybe
we
they're
will-
not aware.
Okay, then we'll meet them in the library
Or the entrance hall.
or the entrance hall, whichever is best.
In the meantime, and Zond will turn to Stone Tide. See if you can cordon off the room. Let nobody in or out, unless of course it's one of us. This is now a closed crime scene. Only authorized personnel.
And she salutes you with a very sardonic look. And then her hands move like this, like in a flash, and lift a key from her belt, and she goes and locks the door of the room. And then she salutes you with the key and slides it back in her sash.
You have the appreciation of Cormier's finest.
Good woman, do you mind if we hold on to that key?
I can't be giving you my keys. They are my trust. Ask me again in the presence of Lord Hellark, and if he gives his assent, I will surrender the key.
I will do so. Thank you much.
We have to come up with an excuse.
Yeah.
Very good excuse.
Yeah, we got your son on ice in the room in there, and
Yeah, we're trying to keep him.
we want to keep him ready for the kitchen. So
That's all right. We don't want the poor kid going bad in the rest of the house.
yeah, that'll go over well.
Is the door to the library open or closed?
It is open. Selrod just came into the
okay.
room from it,
Okay.
whereas Kender came from the morning room into the music room from the other side.
I would like to stride into the library.
You are in the library. It is full of
Oh,
books.
I lost the connection. I don't hear any of it.
It is a small room. It has a You've never seen so many books in one place in your life. It has casement bookcases all the way to the ceiling and all the walls, and they have a second layer of bookcases that slides along in front of the first ones, and it even slides around corners on these articulated pindles
Ooh.
that little things turn when you get to a corner. It looks really cool. And in the center of each one of them, at about a little higher than waist level, sort of under your rib cage level for you, there's a little wooden board in between two of the shelves you can pull out as a tray to rest books on, a ledge,
Okay.
because one or two of them are out and there are books lying on them. And you're being trailed into the room by Selra and by Kender.
I lean into Son and I quietly whisper to him, "We should be keeping an eye on that woman. She has the keys. I believe she could be the key suspect, or very well, the key to our little problem."
And she
Oh.
whirls around, fixes you with as if she heard every word, and says, "Yes, I am the key master."
I am the geek.
I am the gatekeeper. God damn it. Beat me to it. Damn.
I was already thinking it.
Oh. In which case I will turn back to my compatriot and say, "Oh, believe me, she is top of the suspects list."
Aye.
And she plants her hands on her hips and says, "Go ahead, frisk me. You know you want to."
Do you mind? We are having a private conversation over here in the back.
There's nothing at all wrong with my hearing, young man.
Good
I
lady.
haven't been on this world for 70 odd years just to sit around and watch two men confer in what they fondly believe is a private conversation. Well, they peer at me and look at my keys and peer at me again and frown. You're about as subtle as a Cormyrian courtier.
Good lady, it's your beauty that surrounds us, not your keys.
Oh, I like this one.
Hmm.
Does he go out for walks?
Well, if it was with you, my lady, I would love to take a walk.
Well, I'll see if I can fit you into my busy social schedule after you've cleared up this little matter of dead monster thing.
Oh, absolutely. I'd love to take a tour of your garden. I am a ranger by trade.
Well, you'll be able to find all the paths then.
Oh, I can't wait.
Does anyone have a shovel? It's getting quite deep in here.
We're waiting for the door jacks to show up.
Uh,
I
For the
casually
moment of the
comment.
corpse.
I casually comment to her, say that harp in there is very dusty. Is there no one who harps in this household?
Of the current
Wow.
of the current last lions, my lord, no one plays any musical instruments except the two ants throw china at people with an astonishing rhythm when you get them sufficiently angry. Other than that, nobody plays musical instruments. And as for the unsubtle subtext, my lord, I do not believe anybody in this household harps on anything.
Good try.
I wasn't born yesterday. It was the day before, and it was raining.
Let's talk about some of these books that are lying out on these extendable lecterns. Do they look of any arcane importance?
Not unless you view torrid romances. The Duchess said yes.
The nymph
It's
said
one of
no.
The nude said yes.
yeah, dear. Here we go. A Symbian's Progress, and a Symbian's Progress has a gallant young man with his sword drawn and held before him in a particular position, silhouetted against the moonlight as he stands in a large open casement window. There's another book on the other side that is an account of my travels as a successful merchant of arms. And this is about 100-year-old book you've seen in many libraries. It's one of those books that everybody bought and nobody read. And there it sits. And all the other books are in their places on the shelves. And by the way, you can see 3 gaps quite readily that these books on the ledges came from.
Okay.
And-
Practically
and
right
no
in
more
front of the
gaps.
ledges.
Yeah. Yeah.
While they're looking at the books, Delthrar is going to go over to the body and look through pockets and look for any clues that he can find, notes, scraps of anything that would point toward a murderer.
Well, it appears that Sandlor isn't wearing any clothing that has pockets.
Oh.
He does have 3 small pouches at his belt.
Ah.
One of them contains a small enamel-topped, dome-topped brass box, big enough to fill his palm. There's also a cloth handkerchief monogrammed and slightly used recently. And there is a small silver, chased silver, well, it looks like a tiny little screwdriver. And oh, there's also a this weird little black tortoiseshell thing that looks like a comb with 4 teeth, like a really short comb.
Okay.
You don't suppose he got screwed, do you? And I point at the screwdriver thingy.
Oh, God.
Boom, boom.
By the divine.
Very droll, my lord, says the chatelaine. He would in fact have cleaned his nails with that.
The pick, does that look like a hair pick or something to hold
Yeah.
hair back?
Yeah, it is more a hair pick or mini comb than it is the sort of comb you put in your hair to hold hair back.
Okay.
It could function that way, but only if you were a person with very long, abundant, coarse hair.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the body did not have before it changed its shape.
What is in the box? I open the box to take a look inside.
Snuff.
Snuff? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I sample a bit to see what Cormyrean snuff is like.
Well, kids these days, it's sort of menthol mint snuff.
Ooh.
I mean, it's far more pleasant than most snuff, but it's sort of like bubblegum whiskey.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
great
It's like,
idea, but you shouldn't do it.
yeah, don't go there. Or it's like a mixed cocktail drink that Elminster once fell upon. That was, he put peanut butter and vanilla ice cream together with whiskey.
Wow.
A mistake.
Yeah. What a way to ruin whiskey. Oh my God.
Let's kill him.
Let's kill him. Well, I share these items with the other people if anybody wants to take a look at them, and maybe they can. Are there any initials on the box or anything like that, or no hidden compartment? I know it's a small palm size. There's no sliding back or anything like that to it.
No, there's nothing hidden. On the bottom of the box is a tiny monogram engraving, but that's probably the maker's mark.
Okay.
And there's also a word in common, and it's the word valor, but
What's
it's
the word?
valor, valorous, valor.
Yeah.
But it's been engraven with curlicues and a sort of swash. In other words, instead of writing Shazam, you write Shazam with a okay. Yeah, somebody's done valor as valor.
Okay.
Velour.
Velour.
Yes, velour. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did I find any
And-
other signs on the corpse itself? I mean, looking.
And when you root through the snuff, there's nothing underneath the snuff. It's just snuff
Okay.
to the bottom. Signs on the corpse. No.
Okay.
Exit. I have to go.
Exit state right. Okay. Anyone else? I'm waiting.
Oh, he did. You do notice something on the corpse.
Oh.
This guy was one of those people who writes reminders to himself on his own skin.
Oh,
And at the base of his little finger on this hand, he's written tonight, Alea. Alea.
Alea. We ask what was his name? Quindor, who Alea is.
The GM has not told me, sir, so I have no information about that.
Okay. So
Guess
you're very
what?
helpful. Thank you.
Well, that's the
what?
Châtelet.
And she's never come across that name at all.
Okay. When we get the door jacks together, we should maybe ask them if an Alea has ever come knocking on the door for Sandlor.
I can tell you that the wizard, my lord, parlays with goes by Illand.
Illand.
That is the only name I know him by.
Illand. Okay. Interesting.
You had mentioned before, maybe I misheard, that on the body there was a very ornate dagger.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'll have a look at that. See if actually no, maybe not, because we said by judging on the wounds, there's probably like a sword, something of a longer blade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And being ornamental, it may not be. Well, we can check it out. Is it a sharp ornamental blade?
You know that scene where the Lord of Moria tells Bilbo, it's really more of a letter opener. Well, that's basically what you're looking. Oh no, this is it's a fully functional dagger. It hasn't been used in anger, as far as you can tell, ever. You know that when you buy knives and somebody's chromed the blade,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
and you can use it as a mirror. It's so okay, and also this dagger, its point is sharp. The rest of it isn't. So just like the little thing you're playing with now, it could be dangerous if it poked through you. But the edges of the blade, you wouldn't want to try and shave with that, would you?
No.
Yeah, same
No.
thing.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's got a belt knife. It would be quite useful for pinning something to a door, or if he was at the feasting table and he wanted to spear a steak and put it on his plate, or spear a fruit or a tomato or something, he could readily do so with his dagger.
Okay. More of a piercing weapon than a cutting one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it could be a cutting weapon, but nobody's ever sharpened the blade. And it
Right.
doesn't look like this thing has ever been used in anger.
Okay.
Would
I
it
only
be-
bring this up because it really does affirm the belief in me that somebody did get the drop on him. If he hadn't time enough to draw, to parry with, even if it is against a sword, that he would have to resort to using his hand instead. It had to have been a surprise attack.
Would it be possible, while folks are looking at the dagger, investigating the corpse in the library, to discreetly cast Detect Magic and see if there's any lingering auras?
Sure, it would be possible. I take it you are doing so.
I do. It's not going to be silent, but quietly,
But deadly.
Right.
fill a maroon and a discreet wave of the hand.
Okay. And what is revealed to you is that there's magic everywhere. Everywhere. But it seems to be long-standing background magic. For instance, many of the books in the library have protective spells cast on them, preservative spells. There is a similar spell coming from the strings, those dusty strings of the harp.
Okay.
But there's nothing fresh and nothing strong, like nothing has just been cast here. And there's no, by the way, the Chamberlain and the Chatelaine do not seem to have any spells at work on them or on anything they're wearing or carrying.
Okay. And the
Static
corpse
white
does,
noise.
and the corpse does not as well.
The corpse does not.
And you said in the library some of them had preservative magics. Is there any way to tell if any of them has like a stronger guardianship or abjuration magic on them? Suggesting something to be protected.
Nothing that really strikes you as stronger than anything else. In the southwest corner, if you consider that the terrace is north, the back of the house, the southwest corner, interior corner of the library, there's more magic there, but then there are more books concentrated in that corner. So you don't think there's anything in particular special or powerful.
Well, I like books, so I'll amuse myself looking over the titles in that corner in particular.
Right. Yes. There are some amusing books.
Good.
The pop-up campaigns of Azun.
I see.
Oh my God.
Oh
I
no!
make sure nobody. I make sure nobody notices me reading it.
Yeah. The Oh My God book is on the west wall.
Gotcha.
Oh my God, the candid sermons of Joe Blow, prelate of
Oh no.
Shanti.
That is an autographed copy. Make sure it stays in the library.
It's a one of a kind. We understand.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
Uh,
have the I asked Quindor, have they assembled the door jacks yet?
Ed, have we assembled the door jacks?
We have assembled the door jacks, yes. And they're waiting for you in the entrance hall.
My lords, this way, please.
Actually, should we interview them one at a time, gentlemen?
Yes, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah. So, well, why don't you send one of them into the library, and we can.
There's a door that separates the music room and the library.
Yeah.
Firmly close the door.
Yes.
Oh yes.
Shall I show one in now?
Yes, please. Don't hurt yourself.
Certainly. I'll go get the door. Ed.
Okay, so the first one to come in. By the way, this is no surprise to the Chamberlain. They all look sort of alike. Okay, these door jacks. As in, they're all young, handsome.
Okay.
They all are tall and slender, but muscled. It looks like they were chosen from, Suzeo Modeling 101.
Let me guess. The
Excessive use
lady
of hair gel.
the lady of the house selected them.
Yes, she did. And their cod pieces all glint in the morning sun. Yeah, I know. Anyway, so one of them steps into the room and looks around and says, how can I be of assistance?
Could I ask where you were today? What was your station today?
Oh, well, we understand that you will be staying the night after the feast.
Yes.
If the feast does indeed go ahead. So the wing upstairs on the 3rd floor, the westernmost wing, is being prepared for you because it is close to where we are normally stationed, so we can be of assistance at all hours should you need us. So we were freshening the chambers.
I see.
We have few guests here, as you can understand and appreciate. The family is very private, so the rooms get dusty, and we do in fact open the windows and air them all out, and shake all the pillows and linens out the window, and then remake everything so that everything is just so. And I place all the little shaped soaps on all the pillows for you.
Oh, how nice. Thank
So
you.
if you see the little duck made of soap, that's my work.
That's your work. Well,
I
I-
am Telver Duck Arranger.
Telver. All right, Telver, thank you. So tell me, how well did you know Sandlore?
The younger Lord excuse me, the heir of the Last Lions, not well. He was not a man who encouraged us to know him well. But he was of his ilk.
He was of his ilk. Okay.
He was a young, untitled prick like all the rest.
Okay. Okay. Did you ever exchange words with him?
Oh, many times.
Yes.
Yes, my lord, was my customary reply.
Yes.
As he would say things like, "Oh, whatever your name is, move that footstool from there 2 inches to the right to there." Yes, my lord. No, I don't like it there. Move it back. Yes, my lord.
Okay.
Have you
There was
ever?
lots of that.
How did he spend most of his days?
Wenching.
Any wench in particular?
Mm.
We have 12 chambermaids. And he didn't fancy the kitchen maids, although he did used to joke in our hearing, "Well, they're already greased." Which, as you may imagine, met with our flagrant approval. He was he spent most of his time being bored and showing it.
Okay. Did you
He's
notice
not-
any
he's not a
changes in him though? Did you notice any changes recently in him?
Increasing restlessness, but then I would say that of all of the younger Last Lions. They all chafe at being private and isolated. They want to make their mark. They want to move in social circles. And I do not believe and I believe Lady Last Lion, their mother, feels the same way. But Lord Last Lion, who is a very fine master and a very fair man, understands that they do not have the coin to play as nobles, and he would rather not play a game he cannot afford to play.
So he did his winching inside the house and not out in town.
There is, as you can tell, my lord, no town within
Right.
miles. Any winching would have to be done on horseback, which I'm given to understand is quite painful.
Now, has Lord Sandlore, did he take a lot of trips around the manor, like on horseback? Did he leave for periods of time? Was it common for him to leave, or did he stay close at home?
Oh, he stayed close at home. They all did.
Okay.
They would occasionally go out riding, but there is a trail. You
Mhm.
can see almost all of it from the 3rd floor windows. It's a sort of large circuit of the house. If you've ever seen bored young children play with some models of knights on horseback by racing them around the floor of a small room over and over and over again.
Okay.
in modern real world terms, the dungeon master adds, you can only drive down Main Street so many times.
So many times. Okay.
Okay.
So
That's
recently,
exactly what he did.
So recently, has there been any sudden change in his demeanor?
None at all.
None at all.
No.
The same noble prick that he was before. Okay.
You have put it better than I could find tongue to myself, my lord.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions for him?
Quite frankly, I'm fascinated that you would take the time to carve duck-shaped soap to place on our pillows, and now you have me intrigued as to the duties of the other doorjacks. Let's take today, for example. What have they done throughout the evening?
Well, the latter half of the day was to get your rooms ready. And for that, we had to be, as you can see my attire, fully and properly attired, because we did not know precisely when you would arrive. So we had to be ready and presentable no matter when. But in the morning, we were haying because the beasts in the stables need their fresh grass. But we do not turn out the horses into a pasture, nor do we allow them to graze the lawn. We have sheep for that. Instead, we go out with scythes and cut grass in rotation on the fields, and then bring the grass by handcart to the stables. I understand that doorjacks in larger households just do interior work, but no, we do everything, my lord. We gather the nuts and berries, we gather the edible mushrooms for the kitchens, because it's not seemly for the maids to go out into the woods unescorted when, they might get eaten by a gnome.
Of course, of course.
Damn gnomes.
They're everywhere. They're everywhere.
They're shifty beards.
I think we should go to the third floor and scan the region for gnomes.
Good idea.
And so you say you're all together when you do this work?
Usually, yes, but I mean, by all together, it means we can see each other. We're all in the same field. We don't tend to stand around in groups because the Chamberlain, who is a fair man and a smart man, knows that we'll spend all of our time talking if we work shoulder to shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
But he also is concerned that nobody wanders off, perhaps encountering a chambermaid who's interested in adventure of a new and different kind. And the two of us would wander off and get accosted by some wild beast or another out of sight of the others. So we're always within sight of each other. Just,
Okay.
The chambermaids in particular gossip something fierce. And the chatelaine knows that and makes sure that they are separated into pairs so they can talk all they like within their pair. But there's the chatelaine fosters something of a competition, which ensures that the pairs of gossips keep at their work and get the work done.
And this is true of inside the house duties as well.
Oh yes. Inside the house duties, there are many duties that we are called upon to do, which involve either fetch and carrying, like firewood or ashes out, or require one person to hold the ladder while somebody else goes up and adjusts something on high, and somebody else lifts something up or pokes something up toward them. So there could be a need for 3 or 4 people. And one of the things I will say about the Last Lions is they are not miserly when it comes to assigning personnel to jobs. There's always the right crew for the job. So yeah, we can be together that way. But if you're looking for something suspicious, there really is nothing here.
Okay.
Trust me. I mean, I know you don't even know me, but trust me, really.
And did you see your Lord Sandlord today?
Yes, I did, as a matter of fact. He was stinking up the garderobe on the second floor.
Oh, very nice.
He ate cheese last night. He loves his nut and cheese loaf, because he has the fond misapprehension that after he's stolen several decanters of his father's wine, that eating enough nut and cheese loaf will disguise it upon his breath. This is a fiction. And I'm sure his father is in on the knowledge of what's happening to his cellar. And I'm sure that the Lord Sandlord doesn't care if it gives him the runs, so he goes ahead and he likes the cheese and nut loaf. So,
Okay.
which means he's an extended period in the morning where he's sitting in one small room, making thunder noises.
Okay. Is the Chamberlain near me? Is he in the room with us?
The Chamberlain is at the door. He conducted this gentleman
Okay.
in.
I just want to
and he's
go.
now-
I just want to go whisper to him. Does the whole house know what befell here? Quindard? You're muted.
Ed, would the house know?
No, not
At
yet.
large?
Okay, so nobody knows. Okay.
When these doorjacks leave, the house will know
Okay.
in short order.
But we haven't mentioned to Telvar that Sandlor is, or at least what was Sandlor is gone. Correct.
Mhm. You're right. You haven't.
Okay. So I want to go back to Telvar and say, listen, we've been talking with Lord Sandlor, and it seems that he is saying that you stole from him.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, well, the Lord
He's in the
Sandlord.
other room. He's in the other room right now, and
Conduct me to him, and he can repeat the accusation in front of me.
okay. I'm looking for his reaction to that Sandlor is still alive.
He's just shaking his head, and he says, "And what would I steal from him? He has nothing that has not been given to him by his father, and in the fullness of time, when his father is called to the gods, he will inherit everything here. Someday, all of this," and he does the wavy of everything,
Mhm.
"will be his, and he will have done nothing to earn it. And he's been engaged in doing nothing to earn it all his life, which will suit him admirably to become a lord of the nobility.
Okay.
He owns everything. I have nothing. And yet, he has nothing I would want."
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Lucas, what is your character's name?
Ralagar.
Ralagar. Ralagar, you want to escort Telvar in there to meet up with Lord Sandlor?
Most certainly, I would be delighted.
Okay, I'm just looking for reaction is all we're doing here.
Okay. Also, my line of question before is pretty much just to see. And I will say this after Religar escorts the doorjack into his accuser, but I just wanted to see if they would have, if like the staff would have any alibi for themselves, and if they're all like grouped up or partnered up with somebody else.
Right.
I'm willing to not entirely throw out, but minimize the theory that it's some grand conspiratorial like revenge of the ill-treated staff type thing. Maybe this is purely a family affair.
Yeah, with a doppelganger, that's what's concerned me.
Well, is the young lord got any siblings? Has he got a younger brother or a sister or anything like that?
All younger, one brother and 3 sisters, which we'll get to them soon.
Apparently.
Well, there is a disturbance outside amongst the doorjacks, and you hear this voice which sounds old and feminine. "Well, what are you all standing around for? What's going on? Out of my way!" "But my lady, out of my way!"
Oh boy, it looks like we're getting met up by the matron of the
Patriarch.
house.
Yeah.
Well, the
who's
lady
got a high
in,
charisma?
the lady who is pushing past
can
the
try.
Chamberlain to peer into the library where all of you are, or most of you are. And by the way, the Telver has already been escorted out of the room and the door has been closed.
Yes.
We'll get to him in a moment. You're looking at a, wow, truly ancient lady. She's probably 90, okay? And she's wrinkled with age. She's got the shakes like this that are constant, okay, with age. She is dressed to the nines. It's like she's going to be presented to the king, or rather, it's as if she's going to be presented to the king as a young debutante of a century ago. Okay, and the pale light green silks that she's wearing look like they were sewn into a dress a century ago and have been hanging on somewhere ever since. And she says, well, have you all gotten your baths in today, Outlanders? You must wash. Unclean, unclean. 3 times a day. Everyone should bathe 3 times a day. And in between, you should all make sure you get your beauty naps, because it is only in your beauty naps that your visions arise that will guide you through life. So have you been guided yet today? You, what
And
are
re-
you, ruffians?
In
Who are you? What
in-
are you?
in response, I'll go out there and say, my lady, this is exactly why we decide to bask in the vast knowledge of your library, as to enlighten ourselves to knowledge
Oh,
that was
you're
only
one of these
previously
idiots
beyond
who
us.
thinks that anything written down in a book is worthwhile. No, I tell you, this is all piffle, except that dirty book and that dirty book over there. They're quite nice. But this is all piffle and drivel. You must get out in the world, man. And she draws this fan and she's admonishing you with her fan by waving it at you like it's a forefinger. It's like, you must get out there and go amongst the people and do things, and then make something of yourself, as I have.
Okay, as probably the cleanest of the group, I will try to approach her very amicably and almost try to conduct her with an arm towards the exit, and go, milady. We, by the way, we haven't met her before at this moment.
That's right.
I think we did.
You've never seen her before.
Okay.
That's okay, Miss Last Line. Let's go back to your room now.
Oh, kind of. And I go, milady.
And she's,
oh yeah, what does she
who
say?
are you?
I
And
go,
what are you doing dressed like that? You're a woman. You should be dressed like me, not in leathers and.
oh, milady, these are my travel clothes, and I'd say, as travel clothes, they're pretty decent. I'm forced to travel with this, bunch of interesting individuals.
They force you, do they? Tell me all about it.
Okay.
Oh,
I'll
no.
while talking like this, I'll walk
This
her to a
absolute
corner
lush.
of the entrance hall.
So you're taking her back out through the door jacks and past the chain.
Yes.
Okay.
And chit-chatting with her about, how beautiful her dress is and who made it.
I'm surprised you can see it through this.
Through this.
When they are suitably out of range, I turn to my companions and do my best mimic of this woman. The wisdom of the ages on display.
And you hear this faint rejoinder from the entrance hall. There's nothing at all wrong with my hearing, young man.
And what I will try to pay attention to is if any one present in the entrance hall looks at her differently than the others?
Well, all the doorjacks
Yeah.
are doing professional stone face.
All of them?
All of them.
Okay.
But
Mhm.
all of them, before they put on their professional stone face,
Yes.
there's this unison moment where they all look at the ceiling like, oh,
Okay.
here we go again. And then boom, stone face. They're obviously used to this. This is obviously one of the two ants. Which one? You're not sure because, no one asked her name and so on, and she didn't volunteer it. But she's probably the older of the two ants, because you get the feeling that if there was an ant older than this one, she would be so decrepit that she wouldn't be on her feet anymore.
Okay.
She'd be in a chair waiting out her days, sort of thing. And this one obviously got herself dressed and is leading everybody a merry dance. Cymbril is having to maneuver deftly to avoid being poked in the eye with this fan. I mean, she's in full career and obviously always is. So yeah.
Okay.
But she's now back out in the entrance hall safely.
Okay. And I will keep her entertained by asking her about how I should dress for the the feast that is surely gonna go take place.
Well, that would depend very much on whether you've got anything suitable to wear. Do you have anything that actually has skirts? Or is it all this leather, I am a groom stuff?
Ask her if she
No,
can,
no, no,
you
well,
can
I
look
do
at
have
her
something nice.
beautiful attire that you want to dress just like her, and she'll take you away and go.
That's what I was trying to say
Okay.
next. Well, I do have
I'll
something, but
take
it
you
has
away,
been
my
dirtied by
dear.
the
We
travel.
must get you into something suitable.
Oh, thank
Something
you.
so last century and chic. I have rooms of them up here. Come with me.
I shall.
All right. So what happened with Redigar and the first doorjack?
Telver. Okay. So, in we go into the music room and the corpse of what is now obviously not human, lying sprawled, throat slit. And the doorjack looks down and says, "Oh dear, a monster. I'm afraid that carpet is ruined. You should have told me earlier so we could have been cleaning up when it was really fresh." And what's it doing wearing Lord Sandler's clothing? That's Lord Sandler's dagger. Has somebody been playing games here? You are adventurers from another country, are you not?
Not necessarily from another country.
Okay. So what's going on here?
The blood, just for clarification, that's just red blood, right?
It's turning bluish, blue-greenish.
All right, thank you.
It's funny, he doesn't look bluish.
So bad, Jeff.
I couldn't help it.
Mm-hmm.
So y'all get to keep going. I'm not in the room, so
Yeah, neither am I. I'm still in the library.
So, should I assemble the lads for a cleanup here, or are you still doing something with this? Did you kill him?
No. He was dead when we got here.
Ah, yes, I see. Yes, quite. Of course, my lord. It was on fire when I lay down on it. Yes.
Have you ever seen blood like this before? And points down at the puddle.
No, I have not. I try to avoid bloodshed, and particularly blood that looks like snot.
It does not look pleasant, does it? Alas, I am familiar with the sights of blood. My god decrees a profession that leans towards a lot of bloodletting. But I assure you, I had nothing to do with this particular case of death. But
Of course, yes, we come in peace, shoot to kill. Yes.
No, I don't think we would have any further use for this corpse. I have seen enough.
Okay. Am I conveying it for a suitable burial, or to the kitchens, or what are we doing? I really do think Lord Lastlion should be informed, because either he's lost his son, or somebody was impersonating his son and has been killed under his roof. Either way, he probably wants to know.
Do you think it prudent that we convey him into this room to observe what's happened?
I have no opinion, my lord. I am but a doorjack. When it comes to dealing with noble lords, in my experience, prudence is always advisable and never in sufficient supply. But if you would, I'll watch the entertainment when you do so.
Why not? Let's.
I think we should summon the Lord. Yes.
Yeah, before we go cleaning up the body, we should absolutely summon the Lord.
Yes.
It is not my place to go and summon the Lord when the Chamberlain is here.
I will ask the Chamberlain to do it. Yes.
Yes, I shall summon my lord.
Well, before we do that, do we want to have the other doorjacks come through here, or do we just want to skip ahead?
They still don't know what's going on, and we'll keep this doorjack in with us, and then bring the Lord in, and then we can deal with them later.
Okay. All right. Yes, Chamberlain. If you could please summon the Lord of the manor.
I will fetch the Lord, Ed.
Okay. And the Lord has just taken a light meal in his rooms. 3 decanters have been carried away empty. And he says, "Oh yes, so tell me, Gwenda, what brings you here?"
A mess, my lord, unfortunately.
A mess. Why are you telling me about a mess? Surely
it requires your attention, unfortunately, my lord. It's Sandor.
What has he done now? My God, jeez, what is it with these younglings? They can't even put on a cravat properly, and what sort of a mess? Is this going to cost me money?
He appears to have perhaps died, sir.
What?
Perished.
What?
Replaced by a monster. As I said, it needs your attention, Lord.
Yeah, I convey me. My God, what is going on here? I mean, this is put me off
My
the
lord,
next decanter. To be
there
sure.
are adventurers downstairs.
Well, yes, of course. They bring in the money for the Baron. He owes me, you see. There should be 400 moonstones they should have for me. Well, yes, I was expecting them. The Baron's Blades, I think they call themselves. I was looking forward to seeing a lot of marauding riffs with, blades. And hearing all these tales about how they, killed this and savaged that, and how they topped the ladies here and there and everywhere. But they are adventurers, But we'll get to them. So what's Sandlord done? He's gotten himself killed. What did he do? Did he fall down the stairs? Did he have an argument with one of the stallions or something like that?
He appears to have had his throat slit, my lord.
Well, that's damn careless of him. Who did that for him? Someone with taste and discernment, I'll be bound.
The adventurers are trying to deduce who did such a thing.
And just between you, me, and this upper floor of Lion Towers, do you think the adventurers had anything to do with it?
I suspect perhaps your red-robed friend.
Oh, I won't say it. I am a man of breeding and taste.
Which is why I
What
say
I-
it here.
Right. Thank you. Most kind of you. Do be a good chap and fetch me that decanter from over there.
I do so.
He drains it at one gulp, causing his eyes to water, and he sneezes violently as it sort of comes out his nose. And then he hands you the empty decanter and said, "Here, you can drink the rest."
Bottoms up.
He says, "Yes, that was always my watchword until I got married. Then there were no more bottoms for me."
Oh.
Conduct me to the scene of the demise.
I will take the Lord downstairs, introduce him to the adventurers, and let him do his deed.
Yeah, well met. Nice to have you under my roof, all of you. Is this all of you?
We are down.
Where
one.
am I?
No, you're not there.
You're trying on clothes.
Yeah, it's fun.
Well, does the lady brings me upstairs?
Yes.
Then I think the Chamberlain has told us where the Red Mage resides. No, hasn't. Okay.
I told you he visits and spies from time to time,
Okay. I thought he had a room.
and that I
Okay.
thought he took the shape of a door jack or took control of a door jack.
In that case, I will, look around to see if I can find out where Lord Sandler's room is, while the lady is bringing me to try clothes.
So you're peering all about, and
Oh yes.
the lady says, "Oh, don't case the joint. That's so common. Well, you can always ask one of us for the grand tour later, and we'll summon a sufficiently lowly servant to give you one. My goodness. My room is this way."
I follow her.
She's like a whirlwind, and about 3 doors along on the second floor, as you proceed up to a staircase to reach the third, a door opens, and a not quite so old but similarly imperious woman in the height of fashion, but not quite so old, perhaps half a century old and out of date,
Okay.
instead of a century out of date, sticks her head out and says, "Maestra, what are you doing bringing in Outlander riffraff? Or is this a new toy of yours?" And the lady who's with you says, "Caladra, you have a filthy mind. It is in keeping with your filthy body." And swirls past her without another word. And then the woman goes, "Humph!" in your face and closes and withdraws and closes the door again. So she's now inside
Okay.
her room behind a closed door.
What I will do, and
Yes.
you'll determine how long it takes, is while she shows me clothes and that kind of stuff, I will try to make her try on some of larger dresses, and when she does, I try to tie her into one of the dresses so she is entangled and has to deal with that, and I can peer around. But when the time comes.
It takes them such little time to cut to the bondage. Okay. Okay. So we will rejoin that valiant attempt to entangle Aunt Maristra so you can look around. Okay? Because we're back with the Doorjack, and Lord Hellark has been conveyed into the presence of the rest of the Baron's Blades. And oh my goodness, they've split up the party. This should be fun. Excuse me. Did I say that out loud? And Lord Hadlock is peering around, saying, "Well, this is rather a how to do. This is not how I wanted you to see our household and the Last Lions. Has anyone gone looking for Sandler to make sure this is indeed him and not I mean it doesn't look human. Could some sort of monster have gotten into the household and tried on his clothes or something? Ugh.
Well, just from the looks of things, we could say that that's already happened. What was once the image of your son we see turn into this beautiful display right in front of our eyes.
I see. So you were here when he turned into this.
Yes, we were. We missed the good part right before, but you know.
Yeah, the good part.
The good part.
Nice.
I see. Well, Quender, I have a task for you. I need you to go and place a guard over Lorella right away.
Certainly, my lord.
Because she's heir now, you know, or heiress, or whatever it is they say. She's next in line.
Unless we can find the Sandor, my lord.
Yes. Very good. Yes. Yes, and I suppose we should be searching the house. We should get on that right away. Yes, searching the house. That would be the thing to do. Assemble the doorjacks. I need the house searched.
They're already assembled, my lord.
Oh, good. Well, put them to use then, man. I need this house scoured from top to bottom. I need any sign of Sandlor, and I need Lyrella kept under guard. Not, and you realize, of course, she will not be pleased at that. So it should be very respectful. If she wishes to go somewhere, as long as it's not out of the house, let her go. Just stay around her, like, you know, in a ring. And for goodness sake, pick up candlesticks or fireplace fokers or something to use as weapons.
The usual, my lord.
Yes, the usual. That's it. That's it, exactly. And being as we can't trust anyone, I want all the doorjacks to watch each other for suspicious signs.
What about the doorjacks themselves, my lord?
Well,
they themselves are suspicious.
They are indeed. Everyone's suspicious. We can trust no one in this life, but trust them we must. So have them all watch each other for signs of treachery.
My lord.
Thank you. I knew I could depend on you. Now I need a drink. And now that I've sent Quendor away on Salra! And the chatelaine goes, yes, my lord. There's already a decanter behind you, my lord. I took the liberty of bringing it. Oh, you think of everything. My goodness. That's why you're barely tolerable. So he just drains another huge cut glass decanter. You don't know quite what was in it, except it was sort of amber hued. And he just downed about a gallon of hard liquor at a gulp.
How old is this gentleman about? Just by looking.
I would say 60-ish, 58 to 64-ish in there.
How old is his liver?
I think his liver is gaining on him.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
What's that? Oh, is that a new brand I should try?
Yes, yes, it is.
I see.
It's called abstinence.
So okay,
Absence?
absinthe. So in just kind of looking at his reaction, seeing the monster wearing his son's clothes, um, did there seem to be like any sort of surprise, or like was it an emotion of confusion?
Yeah, it's more confusion than anything else.
Gotcha.
He can't quite believe it.
Gotcha.
And that's why he's thinking, oh, surely this is some sort of prank. We'll find Sandlor out wenching or something, and he's, somebody else is wearing his clothes to, and some monster's gotten involved somehow. He just
Gotcha.
can't believe that his son is gone. But you also are not detecting any great grief or apprehension that it might really be Sandler and he's lost his son.
Lord Hallock, because now you have me really curious. Your family has lived so quietly for generations since your status has been earned. I have to wonder, what possible enemies could you have made along the way to warrant such a tragedy for your house tonight?
Look, I don't really even know you. I mean, I know where you're from, and I know that Aldorner sent you, and that he trusted you with his money. But I mean, his money. So I shouldn't really be speaking, but if you were to gain the impression that this house is a cesspool of competing interests and hidden agendas and agents working for sinister foreign powers, you would be not far from the truth. Let me just stroll over here to the window with me.
Okay, and I follow.
Let us look into the loggia, and let us speak of red wizards and Sembian merchants and doppelgangers and more doppelgangers and yet more doppelgangers and tentacled monsters. Yes, that's a good one. Let's talk about tentacled monsters. And well, and have you met our ghost yet?
I haven't had the pleasure.
A ghost?
Oh yes. Well, so obviously you haven't had the nickel tour. There's a haunted room, and she casts spells at well, anybody who comes within reach. She's not, not too amused at anybody who's alive. So as you can see, there are I will simply say, guard your back at all times. This may appear to be a quiet, serene, refined country retreat of a quiet, serene, refined, noble family. Far more refined, I may say, than many of them. But appearances can be deceiving. Well, but then you work for a noble yourself. You understand that when you're dealing with nobles, appearances are always deceiving, because we're really just like all the rest of you, only with more pretension and usually not enough money to hold it up, which is decidedly the case here. So but if you'd like to meet my family, and or goodness knows how many of them are horrible shape-shifting monsters masquerading as my family, I've lost count, truly. I can have you paraded? Well, no, that's the. Some of them won't take that well. Be better if you toured the house and met them in their lairs, so to speak. That sounded wrong. Well, anyway, um, I trust you to get to the bottom of this. So do what you must, and should you encounter any resistance from any of my family members, simply say that I have given you my full approval and support in whatever you want to do. I would like it understood between you and me here and now that I am not giving my support and approval for you sticking a sword through me.
What can you tell us about this red wizard, my lord?
Well, where shall I begin? Well, okay. There is a certain red wizard. He goes by the name of Ilan, but that's not his name. That's just an alias he uses. I am so in debt to him that I pretty much have to do what he says. That has been this way for some years. And he wants to get a what is the polite way of putting it? He needs a stooge highly placed in the ranks of the courtiers of Cormyr in order to sway future Cormyrian policies. There is a problem. I have next to no influence at court. I have more influence with members of the royal family than I do with any courtiers. They know my name. They know how to address proclamations and official notices and tax bills to send them to me, and that's about it. I doubt if one of them in 10 would recognize me if I turned up in front of their desks. But you see, the red wizard seems to think that I can somehow get persons of his choosing put into their ranks, and I truly cannot. So there you are, as it were.
Now you mentioned
Oh, go on.
stories of doppelgangers before, or your involvement with them. Is this not the first time something like this has happened?
Oh goodness, no. The house was infested with them at one time. I had to have some high knights called in from Suzeo, and the house became a rare old battleground. The cook even made a joke about doppelganger soup. I trust she was just joking. A moment.
So for the time being,
We'll take a small break.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, sweetie. It's my wife.
She wasn't joking, and it appears that there's plenty to go around, so doppelganger soup will be on the menu this eve.
oh good. The delicacy from Neverwinter, so I'm looking forward to it.
Brains and tentacles
Some
soup.
families.
The brain's the best part.
That's true. See if I can switch to a headset now.
I'm trying to think if there's any clues that we've actually come across that are actual clues. I can't
Well,
think.
there's that name. That name.
Yes, on the finger. Yes.
Elia.
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 Oh, we should ask the Lord what he knows of that name.
Yes, my lord. Do you ever heard the name Aaliyah before?
Well, there was an Aaliyah. Oh, a moment. It happens again.
By the way, the name is interesting to me as a player, not a character, because I live nearby a place which was an ancient Greek colony called Elea, which is the birthplace of Zeno of Elea, the Zeno's paradox guy.
Very cool.
So it was weird to hear the name.
Sigh.
Yes.
So, yes, there was an Aliyah 2 villages over that Sandlor was we had to go and rescue him at least twice. Horse pawn the first time, angry father the second time. And I paid a large amount of money to make the father go away. But I rather think that she led him on, you understand. But other than that, I don't think he's been seeing her for months now.
And she's in the village. She's not in the mansion.
Oh, yes. No, yeah, nothing to do with here. Oh, no, I wouldn't have her in the house. I have a rule about such things. You know, keep the populace among the populace.
That's right. Keep the riffraff out.
Oh, that's such a coarse way to say it.
But true.
We only have Raff here. We can't afford Riff.
Okay, so what do you think, gentlemen? Do we need to tour this house now that we have permission from the Lord?
I think maybe a high level survey would be useful just to know where we want to spend our time. Otherwise, we may be missing something important in the next room.
Correct.
Yeah, right now I think we've kind of exhausted what we could glean from the music room in the library. I say we kind of increase our vision here.
Yeah.
I like the idea of going up to the third floor and being able to see the surroundings as well.
That's right.
And
Uh,
speaking of elsewhere, what is going on upstairs?
Yes. Before you all decamp to the third floor, our scene shifts uneasily to the third floor, where Simbril has managed to deftly encumber Aunt Braithra in one of her own it's really a chemise, okay?
Okay.
And you've managed to sort of then take the garment that goes over it and get it half over her head, and she's now hopelessly struggling inside the two garments. Remember, she is like in her 90s, so she's tremblingly tottering back and forth across the room, and you're making sympathetic noises like, oh yes, I see. Oh, it looks very complicated and all those things as you frisk the room and you're not finding anything out of the ordinary. This room is full of gilded knickknacks, tasteless wallpaper, beautiful oval cameo paintings done on polished shell, and these cameo paintings are all these romantic scenes of a young handsome male kissing a young handsome female, both of them probably noble or royal because they're dressed to the nines in cloth of gold and so on, and they are the moonlight shines upon them as they kiss, doing the Romeo and Juliet thing over the parapet sort of thing. There's lots of hopelessly romantic paintings like that. You don't think they're of real people. You think they embody, the romantic
Romance,
ideals.
yeah.
Yeah. And she's got a big overstuffed chair with a little footstool, and both of them are covered with lace doily things. And there is a decanter twice as large as any of the decanters you've seen since entering the house. It actually has olives floating at various levels amongst the liquid that's in it. There's no glass, so or goblet or drinking jack. You get the feeling this lady drinks straight from the decanter.
It's
And
a family thing, apparently.
Yes, yes, and it's on a side table next to a stack of books. And all you have to do is roll an eyeball over that stack, and the titles,
Oh no, smart.
She commissioned tasteful fan art of the erotica from downstairs.
Oh god.
Yeah, it's Lady Massingham's Bad Mistake, part 35. It's stuff like that. But you're not seeing anything. Oh, and there's a sitz bath in a back corner behind a curtain, but you're not seeing anything suspicious about this room. Everything seems to be in keeping with the sort of character of the lady. There is a sort of ring stand that juts out from the wall by the door of the room that has a parasol and about 8 different walking sticks in it. And you're fairly sure that the second and third ones are both sword canes. But beyond that, nothing.
I will. Yeah, I think I will take a peek at the blade of the sword canes. Just briefly. Clean?
The first one that you pull out has pigeon feathers at its base.
Pigeon feathers, okay.
It as if she reached out her windowsill and went.
Yeah.
And
Okay. Makes sense, kind of. And the second one?
Naked. The naked steel. It doesn't look like it's ever had any blood on it, or brains, or tissue, or hair, or fingernails, or fur.
Looks perfectly clean.
Yes.
Okay. And is it sharp, or does it look like the knife of the prince?
It is sharp. The sword cane is sharp.
Okay. I will.
Oh, and as you're doing that, the door of the room opens.
Ah, goddamn.
And standing in the corridor outside is a much younger, but still older than you, lady, dressed in crimson. She's got an hourglass figure with a bustier, pulling it in at the waist, and she's got long gloves on, and she's got a hat with a little jaunty feather, and she says, "Oh my, and who are you?"
Hello. I'll explain in a moment. I'll have to free the lady over here because she is entangled in her dress while dressing.
She has been for years.
Oh well, indeed. But I don't want her to suffocate, so I'm trying to find something to free her.
Very well. Go on with your service.
Yeah, and at this point, I'll free the poor lady.
And Aunt Marisa comes out into the open, turns and looks and says, "Oh, what do you want, Aline?" And the lady outside says, "Marisa, please, not in front of the servants."
Excuse me.
There's no excuse for a servant.
I'm not a servant.
You're not? Then what are you doing? And Marisa says, "Oh, has Marisa made a new conquest? Well then, what's your name and where do you hail from?"
I say, I am one of the Baron's blades. My name is Simbril Kragar, and I was just trying to find something to dress myself with the help of lady over here. And, well, what happened, happened.
Oh, I think that's a wonderful motto. What happened, happened. Oh, I might even steal that and use it. Right. Well, did you bring any male blades with you? Or did you come alone?
No, I have a few companions, which
Bring
apparently...
me to them.
We only brought one chalice with us.
Oh, they don't drink from chalices.
Speak for yourself.
I say gladly, I'll bring you to them, and I start walking down, asking what she would like to dress like for the evening, and see. I try to get some reaction to try to understand if she like glances at one of the rooms to see if I'm trying to understand the layout of the rooms. So whatever I'll ask, I'll try to check her reaction about if she looks at her room, or I'll ask something about apparently her brother, probably, and see if she looks at one of the rooms. I don't know.
I have no brothers.
Oh, okay. So
I am Lady Last Lion. I am the lady of this house.
Oh, you look
This
so
house-
young. I'm sorry.
Oh, you are so clumsy in your obvious flattery. But thank you. I like it nonetheless. It is a half-hearted attempt to be charming, and goodness knows I don't encounter much of that here. So yes, right. So no, I'm although I don't mind a good kiss and a cuddle with a lady, I'm actually more interested in the men you brought with you, because goodness knows life has become somewhat slender in the romance department of late, and this house becomes increasingly like a cage I prowl night after night like a trapped cougar. So, show me all your men.
Well, I'll bring her at the library, or at least the entrance hall where I find my companions.
Oh, so
He's
which
on
of you
fire.
shall I have first? Chamberlain, bring them out.
Milady. And I bring them out.
Ooh, ooh.
Bring
ooh.
out your dead.
Not yet.
They're only mostly dead, milady.
That's right.
Oh, that's because we haven't fed them yet. After a good meal tonight and a invigorating chase around the park,
Well, milady, before we commence with the antics for the evening.
ooh, I like that. Oh, I love adventurers.
Yes.
Antics. Oh.
Before we exercise ourselves, have you seen your nephew? Is it her nephew that
Nephews?
No, this is the lady, the son.
lady of the house? Have you seen Lord Sandlar lately?
Oh no, he's probably topping some village wench somewhere. The man has no taste and discernment. Sometimes I wonder if he ever came from between my legs. He isn't a last lion, I tell you. He's just a pitiful, miserable waste of breath. I mean, I tell you, he's just not. I mean, goodness knows, Halark is somewhat in the dunderheaded department and someone boring in the bedchamber, but his son is like he's read too many of my bad books, and he's trying to act a role of the dashing young impregnator of all Northern Cormyr, and goodness knows who would want him. I mean, he's better than Andrel, but that's not saying much. um, um, for a small amount of all those moonstones that you brought, I would happily drown the lot of them in the horse pound and start over. Preferably with someone younger and more adventuresome than Hellarg. But if that was the case, they couldn't be last lions now, could they? And I think I'm rather past the childbearing age anyway, so I think we shall have to make do, as they say. So I have 3 daughters, one of them sensible and one of them competent, not the same one. 2 absolutely useless sons, and Hellark's 2 doughty older sisters, Mraitha and Caladra.
Okay. So
could the Chamberlain roll a d20, please?
A 2.
Oh dear. Okay. You notice something across the room. This is all in the very large entry hall on the ground floor. Outside the door of the that leads into the library, and there's 2 little pillars, side pillars there, and a fireplace, and then there's the door that leads into the library. You notice something across the room because you're the Chamberlain. You're always looking around. You're always noticing things because at any moment, one of the ants could go dust, and then somebody has to be, chastised for that. So, clear across the entrance hall, in the direction of the dining room, you see something sidling through the doorway, just keeping to the wall. It looks like a tentacle. It's right on the floor.
My lords, slithering tentacles. My point.
Good lord, slippery. Good lord.
What cruel mother named their child that?
No. There are slithering tentacles about afar.
Oh,
My point.
how far away are they from us?
Oh, you were talking like 40 feet, 50 feet away. And Lady Last Lion whirls around with astonishing speed. And then she sees the tentacle and she takes a step back and she says, "Oh, rush hour."
I look at the adventurers and say, "This is where you stab and hurl."
I am going to.
Yeah, I draw my sword and go, finally.
Finally, some action.
Yeah.
I pull out my long sword as well and rush toward the tentacles.
As do I. Why not?
As do I.
I crack my knuckles and get ready for some spell hurling.
All right. Maybe
I
you should
pull
do
out-
that first.
I pull out 3 darts from my belt.
Oh.
And I,
Okay.
over my shoulder, I say, cast the spell, wizard.
Don't wait for us.
Be useful.
And this is where I clap my hands and request refreshment and snacks for the lord and lady as they watch the hurling and stabbing.
The door jacks, who are all assembled there, except for Telver, who's been, all the rest of the door jacks immediately scatter, heading for trays and tables, and one of them comes running back right away because the grapes happen to be in the next room. So, or the sort of subset of grapes. So he comes in with a silver bowl with grapes, and he holds it, looking around expectantly, like, "Where's the tray this is supposed to go on? Come on, man, where's my tray?" So he's standing there holding the grapes, looking around. The tentacle has been joined by a second tentacle, slithering into view at the floor beside the first. The tentacles are about this big around, and sort of slimy, okay. they're not leaving a trail of slime, but they're sort of glistening.
Are they like
And-
slugs? Are they independent, or are they
No,
attached to something?
they're probably attached to the same thing.
Mm.
And they're busy looking gelid and squamous and eldritch
Mm.
all at once.
Oh.
Well, I like
Eldritch?
casting spells, so I'll let one go.
Cast the spell, wizard.
Cast it. Be useful.
How
What
much?
spell, perchance?
Well, I don't have a great sense of how much collateral damage if I mean, I do have a good feel for my spells. I just don't have a good feel for the room. How big is the room? How far are the tentacles? How close is anybody to them?
So this is a square room, 70 feet across, and you guys are all in the southeast corner. I think aside from two of the door jacks that are just vanished in the direction of the front, the reception rooms in the office at the front, I think all the rest of you are within 15 feet of that corner. So the
Okay.
rest of the room is open, and the tentacles are clear across it, diagonally or kitty corner right across the room.
All right, I'm gonna hit it with a lightning bolt. I mean,
Yeah, no fireball. I didn't ask how big the room was. I said I cast fireball.
I'm a little
Nice.
more restrained, so I'm gonna hit it with a
I
lightning.
just heard lightning bolts around my
What is the worst
My-
that could happen?
And so
This
ends the
family's
House of Last
definition-
Lion.
This family's definition of entertainment is very exotic, I will say.
and both Lord and Lady Last Lion are like little kids. They're like, "Ee! It's gonna happen in front of us. All right, where's the popcorn?" You know.
All right, well
They're
then
in the splash zone.
I'm gonna dial up the majesty of the spell. You know, kind of take it to 11 in terms of the thematics. Exactly. Boom.
Okay. Lightning bolt lashes across the room to crawl and snarl and sparkle along the tentacles.
Should I roll?
Oh yeah. Roll those d6s. Sir.
All right. I think I get to roll 8 of them if I read my sheet
Yes,
correctly.
you do.
So that would, the first 4 would be 14 on the first 4. And ooh, that's not bad. 15 on the second 4. So 29 points of damage. Boom.
And you hear this,
Thank you, Jeff.
and then you hear this, and then both tentacles stop moving. And aside from a unison quiver, they then stop moving, and a liquid slowly comes around the corner from between them. And it's an oily, opaque, gray-green liquid, and it's moving very slowly.
Like a
As if,
bloody or
yeah, but almost, yeah, bloody, but almost like somebody took a bowl of pea soup and dashed it in one direction in the next room. That direction being to come around the corner of the
Gotcha. Yeah,
doorway.
yeah, yeah.
You could see. But yeah, it probably is bloody. And the tentacles have stopped moving.
Where were they coming from? What was their origin?
Well, there's a large staircase and then doorways on either side of it, leading into a sort of open area, or what you may call an assembly area before the dining room. So if you look on your first floor map, between dining room and 2-story entrance hall, there are openings to the top of the map towards the terrace and towards the bottom of the map towards the breakfast room. This would be the opening. It's shown with double dotted lines because there's a doorway that closes there between the entrance hall and the dining room. And so the source of the tentacles is out of your sight around the corner. There. Wahaha.
Okay.
And
Oh,
I'm still
Lady
rushing
Lass-
toward the area. Well, I don't know if George's character is doing the same.
Yes, I'm joining you.
Yeah,
Okay.
so am I.
Let's
so with
Actually,
weapons drawn, you're
with weapons
zipping.
drawn.
Yes.
Yeah. And Lady Last Lion is watching you, and it's almost like, oh, this is the entertainment. Don't change the channel, anyone. This is the good part. No.
I was gonna say, while the lightning was going off, you see Zond reach into his trench robe, and like as he pulls out a hand, I would say cast Melf's acid arrow at the tentacles. See maybe if there's anything beyond them that the splashing could maybe land on.
Okay.
All right, so 4d4 from what I'm reading, if I'm reading that correct.
Yep. Roll.
Alrighty. All right, so we got 3, 3, 6, 4, 10, 1. We got 11.
Nice.
And you hear from around the corner. "Ah! Oh, what a world! What a world!
So
Oh, my
human.
power and wickedness is gone. Yeah, sort of like that.
All right, so definitely more human. Or humanoid, perhaps.
Okay. Well, I'm continuing to run with my blade out.
So, the two of you with
Mhm.
weapons drawn go through the doorway, just to the right of the tentacles, and to the right of the green pea soup put on the floor that you might slip in, and you see beyond the tentacles that the tentacles do in fact lead to a tentacled monster. This tentacled monster looks like a cross between a beach ball and a beholder, only on the floor. It is like it looks like somebody peeled an orange or a tangerine. Okay.
Right.
So the segments, except that is the round segmented body of something alive and glistening, except it's not alive anymore
Oh, good.
because somebody did bad things to it. And
I was misunderstood.
and beyond that is an old woman, not the same as the one that Simbrel went up to the bedchamber of, but slightly younger, and she is tearing off a gown with petticoats and a bustle, with feverish haste because they are melting. Guess where your acid went?
Oh no!
They are melting, and she's trying to get them off, and she's glaring at you and saying, "Do you mind?"
Let me help.
Depending on how.
Please do. Get some water. This stings horribly.
I'll find some. Is there a flower pot or something here? Or
There
maybe-
are flowers, cut flowers in decanters full of water all around this
Okay.
little antechamber.
I'll grab those and just thrust them all over her
In a good way.
in a good way.
Just, this poor woman just soil, acid, fucking lightning. What else?
Now she's covered with lupins and water.
That's what
Okay.
you really think, Jeff.
Okay, so you drench her in plant water, and she thanks you, says thank you, and then
welcome,
despite the fact she's hardly wearing anything except a necklace now, with great dignity, she turns and strides away. She's heading to the south, to that long cross corridor she's obviously heading for the stairs up. And she's wearing high heels, a dignified expression, earrings, a necklace, and thanks to the acid, not much else. I mean, she's still wearing some undergarments, but they are sort of melting away as she walks. But she's just sort of like, as if she does this every day. She's just walking away from you.
Oh, so it doesn't seem to bother her too much. Okay.
Yell out, hold, where are you going?
To my room, sir. To my room. This is hardly suitable attire for a feast.
Yes,
I
my
mean,
lady, but did the creature
You haven't bought me any
startle
drinks
you?
yet.
Did the creature
Sorry?
not startle you?
How did you
Oh,
not
no.
see the creature?
Oh, that thing? They come from everywhere. There's 2 or 3 of them around the house almost at all times.
What are they?
Well, they come from a realm of shadows. I can't tell you much more than that. I've never been on a first name basis with them.
Oh.
And
I
you just
have,
ignore them?
Well, no. They eat someone. We're down a few servants. We hire some new ones. But by then they've moved on, these tentacled things.
Do they normally take this form, or do they take other forms too?
I'm sir, I'm not a connoisseur of tentacled monsters. I'm not the one to ask. A lady
Apparently-
doesn't ask.
Well,
A
apparently,
lady
my
just-
lady is not alarmed by strange happenings that would keep most people running in fear.
Well, then, that's because my lady is noble.
Noble
That
or
is the
not.
very essence of nobility. You take the unusual in stride. That is why the lesser sorts scream and run. And what is the expression they say in Suzale? Lose their shit?
You know, there's a reason why aristocrats have weak chins.
What is Milady's name?
I am Caladra, Last Lion. I am the second oldest living Last Lion. I am the younger of the 2 older sisters of Lord Hellark, Last Lion.
This sounds weird, but how do you know they only eat the servants and they don't eat the last lion family? Or don't you care about that either?
If a Last Lion is careless enough to be caught by a marauding tentacled monster, then they hardly deserve to go on being a Last Lion, do they?
I see.
I mean, people
Fair
of true
point.
quality will always out.
And I'm taking a really good look at her. Is there anything odd about her? Body shape, rippling.
I was gonna
eyes,
say,
anything?
like, based on if she's bleeding at all from lightning and or acid, the color of the blood.
Okay. She has on her left hip and left flank what looks like a bit of a rash, meaning acid soaked into her clothes on that side and ate them away, and enough of it got through the clothes, it took her outer layer of skin off. So it's sort of like you fell off your tricycle and scraped your knee, and it hasn't started to bleed, but it has laid bare that under layer. So
Right.
she's got that. And from
Okay.
what you can see, which by the way must be smarting quite a bit. From what you can see, she looks totally human.
Okay.
And more pissed off than anything else. Like, now I'm going to have to go and find another gown, and I like that one too, sort of thing. So she's heading for the stairs, and George, you notice you've seen Mad Woman before in rural Om, and you've seen them 2 or 3 times on your various adventures as members of the Baron's Blades, and you think this lady is stark batshit crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yes, bats flee from her batshit crazydom. Okay.
But she's sincere.
Oh yeah, she's sincere in her craziness.
No, I get it. I've had ex-girlfriends. That makes sense. Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So she's heading up those stairs, which don't have a landing. So she's not going to stop for dramatic hand on hip pirouette, particularly given her increasingly unclad state. She's just going to vanish up and around the stairs, and you can hear her on the stairs because she's got these stiletto heels. You can hear her going dunk 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 dunk
Should
purposefully.
we
up the
follow
stairs.
her quick?
Sure. You want to?
Yeah, I will.
I'm going to
Okay.
call for the Chamberlain to come in here and look at this monster.
And I'll go with our wizard just to protect his putiness. To escort her back to
come
her
on.
room.
Hey,
Hey, there could be gnomes.
It's all right, little fella.
oh, never mind. I retreat.
Brella will
Can I
look
leave?
after you.
I attend Jeff's character.
Yes, Chamberlain. What have you seen this creature before? Is this a common thing to happen in this house?
Oh, as the lady said, a time or two.
And it does not seem to worry anybody.
We are a bit isolated, Sir Adventurer. What is normal for me may not be normal for thee.
Nice.
Okay.
Though I commend you with the stabbing and the hurling in front of my lord and lady. They very much enjoyed it.
They did. Okay. Well, I'm glad we could be the night's entertainment. Okay.
So if you do any more hurling or stabbing, could you do it here while they are there?
well, if you present more monsters, I'll be happy to oblige.
Well, the ants may qualify.
Gather whatever you want to be killed here, and we'll proceed.
That's right.
Is are Eric and George's characters proceeding up the stairs?
Yes.
Here we are. Yes.
Okay. At the first landing, you meet Tentacles coming down.
Great.
I yell out. Presumably, we haven't gotten far enough that the rest of the blades can't hear us. And I say, "More ants and tentacles too."
We rush upstairs to help, raising our battle axes,
Yep.
crying out.
I take the better form of valor. I stand behind my companion and I hurl a lightning bolt right past his left ear.
Which never goes wrong.
Never goes wrong. This is second edition. Lightning bolts bounce.
That's right. That's
Why do you
right.
think I stood behind you?
They ricochet?
They bounce off your companions. They don't get hurt. It's fine. You know. It's
Yeah.
Ed Kindar and the Doorjacks usher Lord and Lady in at the base of the stairs so they can watch the next fight.
Sure. Okay. Sounds good. They're both watching eagerly. They're rubbernecking around like, when does the next act come on the stage? And I see behind Mr. Parlin an actor is coming on stage and watching eagerly. Okay. They're looking. Oh, here we go again.
That's okay.
Interested.
He has to go help his wife.
Yeah, guess to
Yeah, it's fine.
see to Jenny. That's all.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, did you hurl the lightning bolt? You said, Eric.
I did. Yes.
You're just itching.
Ring a finger.
Or
Eric doesn't realize all he's doing is cooking dinner for everybody later.
Actually, Eric, for you, it should have been.
Thanks, Jeff.
I'll
I
pay
knew
for
I
that
could count on
tonight.
you.
I'll pay for it tonight. I know.
Yeah.
Sounds
do
like
have-
someone got a new soundboard.
Well, no, I've had it for it's Sirenscape. I've had it for a while. I just never get to use it. Oh, I could do the sword play.
Oh, that is out. I need to go check on something real quick.
Nice.
Nice.
Arrow and
Cool.
arrow and wood. Arrow and flesh.
Ooh, scotchy.
Yeah. So you need to cast force missile, fire spell, and ice spell, so I can do those too.
Yeah.
I'll try to oblige.
And you do, I'll give you a good.
Since George
Well,
is the
dude.
resident expert in cooking tentacles, maybe
Yeah,
you should
yeah.
seek his help.
Absolutely.
I'll
Hey, I tried my hand at it, George. They weren't. It was pre-cooked, but it was still good.
No,
after I grilled it.
pre-cooked isn't the same though, mate.
Well, it's all I could find. You know, I went to Costco and they had them up there, and I'm like, oh, I got to do this for George. And I didn't know they were pre-cooked till I got them home. I'm like, well, that's okay. And
You live on a big peninsula. Surely there's some sea around you. You get some seafood, for God's sake.
it's too far away. It's 50 miles.
George is out there every weekend with this.
Yeah, yeah. I just catch it with my hands. It's awesome.
Really? Oh, that's well.
No.
See, you're Australia's Florida man. Ed, we're not hearing you.
We were just cooking octopus.
Yeah.
Again.
I really wish-
Saute them in beef broth or steak juice for a good long time if they're pre-cooked.
Oh,
Because
really?
you got to rescue them if they're pre-cooked because they just go rubbery and horrid.
Well, this was good. I grilled it with some seasonings on it, and it came out really nice.
Mm. Yeah. The cheesy way of doing it is just sprinkle garlic powder all over it.
Garlic makes everything better. What are you
Which
talking
really means I hate octopus. Let's disguise it as garlic.
about? That's okay. I had 15 pounds of pork that I barbecued, so that was the good part of it.
15 pounds.
Is it getting close to lunchtime for you guys? It must be.
Yes. Anyway, speaking of 15 pounds of pork, now a lightning bolt was going past somebody's ear.
That's right. There we go.
And yeah, sort of like that.
All right.
Then you hear this, which is the sound of Eric rolling dice.
Hang on a second. 14 and lost one of my dice. Oh, there it is. 14 and 16. 30 points. Up by one, my max.
Nice.
Good rolling.
I know.
This
Size of
splat
point.
comes down the stairs. Pieces of tentacle and splat.
Is it more of a
Yeah. Yeah.
as it rolls down the stairs?
Yeah. I don't think you have to worry about this particular tentacled monster.
Okay.
And
Okay.
you hear
is
a
that
voice.
The crazy aunt? Is that the crazy aunt that, or is the crazy aunt ran past those tentacles? Or
The crazy ant ran past those tentacles,
okay.
but you do hear her voice in the distance. Careful, little fire scarecrow. She's obviously a lady of taste and discernment. Sees the right movies
Oh my god.
when they come to Sazale.
So look, we
Yes.
look on the land. I continue to go up the stairs.
Yeah.
Do I see anything
Yes.
of interest?
Yes. You see a noble house, the second floor of the noble house, spreading out before you, and
Marvelous.
yes. There's lots of marble. What else do you see? You see a darkly handsome young man who's almost certainly a nobleman by his dress. He is smolderingly handsome and knows it. He's one of these guys where every time he stops, he strikes a pose. You know, like, hi, I'm Fabio. I hang out on the covers of books. I am Fade, also known as Fade, sometimes known as Fade. You know, he's one of those guys. And passing him behind, this is all at the head of the stairs in the the gallery that's at the head of the stairs. Passing him is a probably his sister, a young noblewoman, and she's in a dark, very expensive looking gown with mutton chop shoulder and sleeves. And as she passes him, and she's carrying a swagger stick, as if she's like a British Army officer. And she's jauntily waving it around. And as she passes him, she just reaches out and pokes him in the rear and keeps on walking. And he turns around with a snarl and says something you don't quite catch, but it's short, pungent, and rude. And she rolls her eyes and goes in response and keeps walking around the corner of the gallery. She's heading east and she's going to turn the corner to go north.
So they're staying on the second floor?
Yeah.
Okay, so sorry, I'm losing track where we are because I don't have the second floor map.
I'm
up.
the second floor.
Oh, yes. Second floor map.
I sent them.
No, we got it. Yeah.
I just got to bring it up and make sure I am totally lost where we are. So
Okay. And it's okay. Where George's character is at the very head of the first flight of stairs in the gallery. So if you look at the bottom of the map where it says roof and that juts out.
yeah.
And then it says bedroom just north of roof. There's a staircase. There's a flight of stairs just to the northeast of that. Yeah. And the flight that is on the left-hand side is the one coming up from the first floor. And George's character is standing right at the head of the stairs in the gallery. The noble guy he saw is sort of at the corner where in that gallery at its corner going east where it turns north. And the young noble woman who just gave the noble man a poke in the butt with her swagger stick and then kept going has vanished around the corner, is going up that gallery, going north up that east gallery. The crazy old aunt that you were chasing in the first place is nowhere to be seen. And it's highly likely, it is most likely, she just came up into the gallery, took 2 steps to the right to the next flight of stairs and headed on up to the 3rd floor, up that adjacent flight of stairs. And they will overlap. That little U of stairs will overlap and come up to the 3rd floor.
Okay. Eric lost power. He has to go tend to his generator. So.
Gasoline. Yes, got it. So he missed all that.
Yeah.
So he's totally lost until, more gas.
Okay,
I will go eat something and then I can provide more gas. Probably sausage.
There you go.
I'll take a run to get to the gallery where the lady walked up because I'm guessing that she's now our house heir. And if I see her as I poke my head around the corner, I'll yell out to her, your father seeks your presence.
You do see her and you yell that out and she stops in utter amazement and looks down at you. Oh, okay, which one are you doing that to? The one with who poked? Or
the poker, the swagger stick lady.
The poker.
Who I'm guessing is the house heir. If I'm wrong about that, then she'll be very confused.
The most recent house heir.
Yeah, very recent house heir.
And she stops, turns around and says, and you are?
I'm one of the Baron's blades, given leave by your father to bring you to him, and he is down in the library.
Oh.
He has summoned you because things are afoot in the house. Things of danger.
I want trouble out of this house and away from my family, but if going to see my father will accomplish that, let's do it. It's not as if I had anything more important to do. She says, glaring at what is obviously her brother. And she comes because she's now got to turn around and come right back into his reach. And I'm staring over George's shoulder and reading Guido Dale. Okay.
That's amazing.
Right next to Sanducci Town. That's right.
Yeah, very good. Yes. Uh-huh. Okay, so nicely done. Okay.
Oh, the things they've done to your child of the imagination. Anyway.
Okay, well, she comes back and says, "So, lead me. I do in fact know where the library is, but we may as well make an entrance. If I'm going to play the daughter of my father, the hoity-toity noble, I'm supposed to make an entrance. So lead on."
And I say, I shall, and then I turn to the brother. I say, you should come as well. This is important.
Is it really?
I say,
Oh, all right. I suppose we better see whether the doppelganger's been revealed yet.
Excuse me?
as I heard them down the stairs, I say, why is it that everyone considers the presence of doppelgangers so common in this household?
Mundane.
Well, you didn't grow up here, did you?
Well, how have they not eaten and replaced all of you? Are they family pets?
Dun dun dun.
I think it may be the other way around.
I don't think there's anyone other than doppelgangers in this household.
I think you're
That's-
right.
I'm telling you, that's what I said.
Maybe we
That's
should
what I said at
start
the
killing
get-go.
nobles.
The last of this noble family was some time ago, I suspect. Anyway, let me herd them down the
Or
stairs.
the last lions are doppelgangers.
I grab the mage as well as I'm heading down. He's sorting out his gas, so I pick him up by the scruff of the neck. Come on, wizard. Your spells will be needed.
Come on, wizard.
So you all end up back down
In the library.
the stairs to the
library.
library.
Just a question, Ed. When we were tasked by the Baron of Hawkhill to undertake this little, well, not a small journey, all the way from Orm to Cormier, did he tell us anything in particular about the Lord that we were going to deal with?
Oh, that he was a good guy and that he trusted him, and make sure that he and he alone, not any of his wastrel family, gets their hands on these moonstones. And they gave you 400 matched moonstones. So they're all worth 50 GP. So 20,000 GP worth of moonstones. And he said, it's just to settle up between us. And you intimated by the way he said it that it was a bet, and he was just making good on a bet.
Okay.
And just out of sheer curiosity, where did we put this money?
Oh,
Got it
you're
in a
all
strong chest
carrying.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so we still have it on. Okay, good.
Yeah. You haven't left it anywhere. The strong chest was full of money belts.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So you all are wearing a money belt. Because all you basically have to do is wear a thing that protects the gems so they don't get shattered.
Right.
So your money belt is sort of like a little armored tube that wraps around your waist. And is held up with two things that look like suspenders or braces, or depending on where you're from in the world and what age you are, either braces or suspenders.
I have it integrated to my underarm wand holster.
Oh, okay. Oh no. Underarm wand holster comes out smelling like a rose. Yeah.
That's how the acid arrow fermented then, so.
Yeah, okay. Smells like a bordello after a spring rain.
So, okay, we'll get into the library.
Yes.
Actually,
Close
I will
close
try
the
to find-
doors.
I try to
Yeah.
find a corner in the entrance hall to hide and peer around.
Okay.
and wait
So
for everyone back.
you're hiding in the entrance hall.
Yeah.
In all of this gathering in the library confusion, you managed to. Yes, you managed it. Okay. So everybody else is in the library and the door is closed. It's quite crowded in here. There are
Yeah.
nobles everywhere.
And I say to the Lord, I've brought your heir, my lord. Although I suspect you indeed might be the last of the last lions. And I'll say, this mansion is full of tentacled creatures. It's full of doppelgangers. How can you be sure that your entire family has not been slain, eaten, destroyed by these creatures? Are you not concerned?
And he gives you this haunted look and said, I am very concerned. And the gal who was doing the poking with the swagger stick glares at you and says, as if I would be a doppelganger. He might be, and she points at her brother. And he gives her he crosses his arms like this, leans back against the bookshelf and says, yeah, it takes one to know one, sister. And she says, well, surely some of these adventurers can cast spells and find out the truth. I'm no doppelganger.
Well, I was
Well,
we have-
earlier.
Do we have
religion.
clerics with detect lie or anything like that?
Yeah,
I think that was a spell back in the day.
Lucas
Is there no truth?
Detect magic wouldn't reveal that.
wouldn't have revealed a
illusion.
doppelganger, but
No.
maybe Tempest will grace us with something to find out why, or we can find out the lie here at least.
Not as I peer through my spell, it's not through magic, but we know that doppelganger blood is not red supposedly. So maybe we just have to ask them the right question. And I hold up my battle axe.
I was going to say, I thought you were going to finish that sentence with just axe them.
Axe them. That's a good idea. Maybe we can do a finger prick to see what color the blood is.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. You get
Exactly.
to
But we should
dagger
ask the
person.
Lord whether he would permit his family to be tested in that fashion.
It's a good idea.
Of course I would. He says, we'll get to the bottom of this and try them out good and way. And immediately the son says, well, that may be okay for you, father, but no, I don't agree to this. Who are these people?
So, Lord, maybe we should
I
start with
think
you.
I think they were sent by the crown to arrest and then murder us all. You know that the Obarskers have always hated us. And the father says, I know no such thing. What is this fantasy you are promoting? And Andros says, well, you haven't heard the things I've heard. But in any rate, no matter who they come from, we don't know who these adventurers are, other than that you are dangerous adventurers. Look at them, weapons hanging off all over them, spells hurled in our very home. And you're gonna trust them over us, your flesh and blood?
If you're not a
an
doppelganger,
asterisk.
sir, you have nothing to hide.
And the father looks at his son and says, yes, I would trust them over my flesh and blood.
We are reliable, dangerous adventurers.
Lord, do you mind if we start with you?
And the mother, Lady Aline, last lion, turns and says, are you reliable? That's good to hear.
Well, I do like to stick my blade into people. No, I mean,
Have you heard the
Okay.
story of the chalice and the
It's not an
blade?
analogy anymore.
So when you say
can-
start with the Lord, are you addressing the son?
No, oh no, the father.
Yeah, okay. He says, sure. I'd be happy to, if it will clear anything up.
Right. What we'll do is we'll take the blade that was on the doppelganger that's dead, the ornamental blade. Is it sharp enough to poke a finger?
They should all have belt daggers, shouldn't they, Ed?
They all do. Yeah.
Okay, we'll just
Yeah.
use their own belt dagger, and we'll poke a thumb or a finger.
No, we'll ask them to do it to themselves to make a small little etc.
We could that'll work. That'll work. Just a small cut, and then we'll take a piece of cloth and just put the blood on there and see what
Okay. Now you realize you're missing 2 daughters and the 2 aunts
We'll
at the
get some.
moment.
But
You've got one daughter.
We can wait till we get them all here.
Yeah.
That's,
Send the Chamberlain out to go retrieve them for us.
Ed Kindar will go a fetching.
Kendar is getting a lot of miles on the old shoes today. Let's
I have
see.
a feeling he's used to it.
Yep.
Has anything happened in the entrance hall meanwhile?
Yes. All sorts of chambermaids have come out of the woodwork, out of every doorway and down every staircase, and they're all sort of drifting over to try and listen at the door.
I'm so glad you all gathered here. We need your in this room. We have a task.
And they all look uncertain and doubtful, but they sort of shrug and come into the room.
Okay, and I'll ask that the Lord of the Manor let them know what our intents are. If they would please just wait until we get everybody together, so that we can start making sure we know who is the real people and who are the doppelgangers.
And the moment you say that, all of the chambermaids attack you.
What?
awesome.
Wait.
They're all attacking Jeff's character. 12 of them. They all reach down their bosoms, yank out these tiny little daggers that they've obviously got sheathed down there. So it's like, so they're past their chins, and they all go running at him. Ah! So they're converging all these little points. Jeff, what are you doing?
Well, I'm going. I've never been attacked by tiny pricks before, so I'm not really sure.
Yes, you have.
Yes,
You've
I
dealt with telephone clients.
Aside from being transmuted into a pincushion.
Yeah.
Oh my God! So I pull my longsword and I ready
So
myself.
you're going to pull out your 2 scimitars and call on your cat. You're a ranger, aren't you?
I don't have. I'm not drizzed.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought all rangers were drinks.
Not every ranger.
My
is
mistake.
drizzed. That's okay. I pull out my longsword and ready myself for the first attack. All of them. I just spin
all
in a
of them.
circle.
So you're just going to slash in a circle.
Basically.
Let him. I'm just got the image of Monty Python and the Holy Grail at the convent, where they let him take us on single-handed.
Okay.
And
So you're going to
I will
go ahead.
come out of my hiding place and try to backstab 4 of them with my bladed gloves.
Oh, sure. Excellent.
Nice.
Yeah.
Roll.
Lady Scissorhands.
Ah, sneaky. Going all Freddy Krueger. I like it.
Oh. Okay. Okay, so it's,
Eric's on the gas. Awesome.
Yay!
Hey.
I rolled
back.
a 1 and a 4, but then
Uh-huh.
a 19 and a natural 20.
Oh, lovely.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay. So, are you attempting to subdue, cut off fingers, or kill?
Kill.
They are attacking. I'm gonna kill.
Okay. So, 20, you just go thump right in the ear hole of one of them. Pull it out again, and that one goes thump, drops
Gee.
and starts
Nice.
changing shape immediately.
Of course.
Just like
Good.
yes.
Good.
Second one, you do a slash across the throat while whirling away, and that one clutches its throat and blood is spraying everywhere, and it's going, and it's trying to shapeshift so that the slit throat is no longer a slit throat. But of course, you can't do that in time. So it's beginning to change shape too as it slumps to the floor, dying.
Very nice.
The other two give you dirty looks, back away, hiss at you, and then they spread out. They try and spread out along the walls of the entrance, trying to get out of the room and into the room with your character. So, but we're now going to shift to Jeff's character, who has blade in hand, and I take it you're just like roundhousing with the longsword, trying to take off all the dagger hands with their daggers.
Pretty much, yes.
Okay. And what you notice is that all of the ones coming for you are also reaching up to their hair. Their hair is all up in neat little buns,
right,
pinned that way, and they've all got 2 needles crisscrossed through their hair. And they're all reaching up to pull one of them out, as well as their dagger, and they're coming at you. As they come, they're running at you with a dagger held in front of them like this,
right.
And the other, they're reaching as they run and pull out the needle.
Little help, guys.
So there's probably about 5 of them that are going to reach you simultaneously on a sort of 200-degree arc. What are you going to do?
I'm gonna step to the one that's directly in front of me. I'm gonna basically lunge and attack that one, to keep the ones that are farther back away from me, so they have to step closer in.
Okay. All right. Roll.
18.
Ooh, got her.
Hmm.
And what are you aiming for?
I'm actually I'm aiming for the arm that's sticking out in front of me, because I don't want to get too close.
And are you going to try and cut her hand off, or are you just going to try and slide along the arm and
slide along into her chest, hopefully?
Oh, okay. Bloodthirsty. First date. Okay. Okay, so you do that, and you sort of, your blade sort of bashes back like this, getting the point of her dagger, and so it misses her hand, and then point comes in around here and runs all the way along, and you get her here.
Nice.
I'll call it, slide it open, and she sort of goes, "Ugh!" And she can't. The problem is she's running at you. She can't stop running at you in time to avoid having your sword, and it's just glancing in and going out that away. I'm exaggerating it a bit. It's actually going to come out right about there,
right
on just the other side of her spine. And of course, that's going to bear your blade down, because she's on your blade. It's sort of like you stuck your blade through the pork roast. If that's not too indelicate an expression.
Nope, not at all.
But there are another 4 of them. What are you going to do?
Oh, at that point, I am going to I'm going to attempt to tumble past her, like over her body, use her body to kick it back and tumble past behind her.
D20 roll, please. I need a dexterity check.
Okay.
We'll just flip ahead to 5th edition for this.
There we go. Why not?
Yep.
Oh, 19.
Okay, and you adroitly use her falling body, and you wiggle your blade as it goes down, and you use the blade to vault under. You wiggle it like this, so her arms and legs do this, and get in the way of the other onrushing chambermaids, so they can't quite close with you, as you then plant, and you hear her go underneath you, and then vault, boot heels first, and you hear Lord Hellark last line say, "Oh, we'll play, sir, we'll play." and Lady Lastline is just watching. Her eyes are alight. It's like, ooh, this is the chase scene.
Awesome.
And the Lord Andrel, the son, is looking suitably bored, and he just sort of reaches out with his little dagger as the chambermaid goes past and sticks the dagger in her throat and lets her
Ooh.
own momentum as she's rushing you slice it open. And he goes, "Is this what you were looking for?" It's not like I do it every day, but these things. If somebody would hand me a sword, perhaps I could be of some use here.
Thank you, my lord. Anyway,
No, really, hand me a sword.
I've got a bastard sword strapped to my back. I'll keep my long sword on me, but I'll throw it to him. I'll flick it to him.
Thank you, my lord, he says, and he
You
turns
bastard.
and he whacks the chambermaid next to him. Just
Nice. Nice.
Not even with the edge, just the flat of the blade. Just slap.
For
Okay.
sex dominance.
and
How many-
then as that chambermaid gets whacked to the floor, like not maimed, but whacked to the floor, he charges straight over her and he's heading for his sister, the one who poked him with the
Ooh.
Oh no.
No.
Oh,
Can I manage to cast a spell while he runs?
Sure.
I was gonna
I
ask,
want to cast Hold Person
Okay.
on him.
Cast hold person on him.
Yes.
Okay. And he is in mid-charge. He's just drawing that lovely new bastard sword that is in his hand. He's just drawing it back to come and gut her, like leap and gut. And your spell hits him, and you see his eyes change, and he can't move. And he's suddenly a statue. He's a statue toppling forward because he was in mid-run and is off balance. So,
Nice.
and he just sort of goes thump to the ground.
And I shout, "Do let me keep you."
We have
nice.
Schwarzenegger of Tempest.
And so it comes to this: violence, 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 always violence. The curse of the noble classes: violence, violence, violence.
How many
And-
more maids are there in the room?
You mean alive?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay, there's
close in the
two
threat.
outside the room. So that
Wait,
leaves-
how many are undead? Sorry.
Don't give the dungeon master.
We'll get there.
Eric, stop.
Alex
Oh,
and I are similar.
I noticed.
So there are 10 in the room because there are 2 out with some Cymbril. There are 10 in the room, and of the 10, 4 are down, and a 5th is physically whacked down, but not disabled or incapacitated in any way. So there's 5 still left as combatants, and Jeff's character has just burst out of the middle of them in a tumble. Deltharadon Storm has come rolling out of their midst, vaulting on his blade, which he had considerately into one of them,
All right.
through one of them.
I have
And,
dislodged my blade, have I not?
No.
No. Okay.
I was gonna
Nice
say
try.
if I would have the opportunity to do so, I would like to kind of stand back in the room, like from I guess the group of where they were all about to cloister on Jeff, and then just finger pistol out some magic missiles at one of them.
Okay, you can do that. Yes, because you can clearly see them, and there's Okay, go ahead.
All
So
right.
you just pump your damage into. If you're only going for one, just roll the damage and tell me.
So,
Oh,
each
it's the
missile,
noisiest bloody magic missile.
magic torpedo by that point.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
was
Did
magic torpedo.
they never ever go to the pew 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 school?
Oh, I wish they had.
So it says up to 5 missiles, 1d4
Yep.
per. So
Yep.
this one's about to get really hit. Those are more ones than what I care to admit. So that's 1, 2, plus 3, that's 5, plus 4, that's 9, and then plus another 4, that's 11.
Oh,
11
okay.
seems to be the number today.
You have one squalling and backing away from you, obviously badly hurt, but not down. And it's sort of like, and it's looking around for a way out of the library, which it's not easily going to find. I hate to say it. This
No,
is
we
not
don't
a good-
allow that.
I mean, there are windows, but I mean, and there are ground floor windows, so. But it's a question of whether they'll have time to bust through a window casement. With you know, the rest of you in the room doing how shall we put it, violent adventuring things to them. So as that's going on, you hear a new voice going, "What's going on here?"
We turn to
Where's the
look.
voice coming
Yeah.
from?
Right, yeah.
The doorway behind the
Behind me.
yeah, and it is a young noblewoman you have not yet seen, or at least by her dress, she's got to be noble. The way they all dress in this house, because the way the chambermaids, they're all in what must be uniforms, because they're all dressed identically in these plain gowns with the same collars and the same cuffs. So it's obviously a uniform of sorts. But this woman who is not dressed like that, who is dressed in a fetching dark green, so a silken type doublet type thing, is saying, "What's going on here?"
And I will say, while I reach for 2 daggers, one behind my neck and one behind my belt, to throw at the 2 maids at my sides, I will say, so we kind of have a problem here with doppelgangers.
Okay, and then you let fly as you say that.
Yes.
Okay, roll for the attack.
We'll get acquainted later, lady.
A 5 and a 16.
Okay, 5 miss.
Yeah.
16
Nice.
dagger sticks in, and let
I-
me just roll something here.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, your dagger sprouts in the eye socket of one of them,
Oh, nice.
and it goes
Ooh.
over backwards and crash, like head bang against a nice piece of wood paneling that does not yield. The head, however, does,
Ooh.
and then slides
Yikes.
down the wood to the floor.
Very nice.
So the lady who has just appeared, looking around, she strides through all of this and peers into the library.
Wow.
And she says, "Stand back!"
Okay.
To whom?
Everybody.
To all of
She
us.
just yells it into the
Oh,
room. Stand
okay.
back!
I mean, I'm already in a corner.
I'll
Oh.
stand back.
Should I just like
Yes.
crawl in fetal position in the bookcase, or?
It's been done before. Okay, so are you guys getting out of the way?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And she looks at that clump of chambermaids that is turning to pursue Delthrar, and she goes,
Oh.
and from her fingertips, obvious frost, a ray of frost, and suddenly those chambermaids are looking decidedly frosty and moving slowly and looking pained. And then, yeah, sort of like that.
There you go.
Wow.
It's a really slow and torturous one.
It is.
Gosh. Yeah. Okay. So that's what she does. And Lord Hallock says, "Oh, this is great. Oh wow. Oh, well done. Oh, well done." And his wife is going, "Oh, this is exciting. This is almost dashing. Sundra, I had no idea." And the daughter, it's obviously the last of their daughters, looks at her and said, "Well, of course you didn't." Like,
I say no. So these chambermaids are frozen.
Yeah, dead.
I say, are they dead? Or are they just frozen in place?
they're frozen in place.
Okay, I say we kill them all but one.
Yeah, we need somebody to interrogate.
Yeah.
Well, okay, go ahead. You're going to do
mean-
that? You're going to step forward and brutally execute all of them but one?
Yes, we are actually.
So
We're not the Baron's tap on the backs. We're the Baron's
Yeah,
blade.
that's right.
Yes.
We're not the Baron's.
The Baron's handshake.
Hi, we're the
Baron's
Baron's murder hobo.
Tire uppers.
Yeah.
Hey, they attacked us first.
The Baron's tire uppers was already taken.
Already taken.
Okay.
So-
So you do that. We'll draw the veil of decency over the momentary throat slitting. And
That's right.
now there are 2 chambermaids left. One you've spared
Yeah.
in the library, and one that got missed with a hurled dagger by Cymbril out in the entrance hall. And that one is now sprinting like hell to try and get away from all this.
Oh, she can try to sprint, but I can try to hit her with 3 darts.
Go ahead. Roll. Yeah, you get like, you're firing at her backside, so go right ahead.
Oh, okay. So
Roll high.
17, 1, and 10.
Okay, the one that's in 1, you dropped on your foot. Ow. Okay. The one that's 17, you got her in the back of the neck, and she sort of goes, "Ooh,"
Nice.
and then falls. So the one that you got with a 10 just quivers in her backside on the way down. Boing!
Okay.
Okay,
For
she's
good measure.
writhing on the floor, trying to move, and she's trying to shift shape.
Okay.
I think you should limp over there and sort her out.
Yeah, should. All right, Nicola, go over and show her what the Baron Blades are all about.
Oh yeah, I'll probably do something atrocious like
oh,
I have a hook.
Oh,
nice.
dear.
I can prop her up on a door frame, so the others are advised
Oh,
to not
nice.
interfere.
Okay,
Tell
well,
her to hang
yeah,
around.
that's actually, yeah, because what she's trying to do is she's shifting shape, like around each dagger that's hit her. She's parting and moving away so that she starts to
Ugh.
form a flesh donut,
These
leaving the dagger in the hole in the middle.
Oh,
So
no.
she's moving
No.
away from it. So because she's busy doing that, it's pretty easy for you to go over with the hook and go,
Perfect.
yeah,
Yes.
So
she's
yeah,
not a
you've done that.
doppelganger then. She's not a doppelganger.
What is she?
I think I know what she is, but I don't know if my character would know what she is.
Uh-huh.
What are we going to do, Eric? We're going to look at the eyes. The eyes
Yep.
are all important.
That's right.
Not the
Okay.
face, not the face.
Not the face. Not the face.
Oh God.
The,
Okay, so
the cowardly intelligent shield.
that's right.
Not in the face. Okay.
Okay, we need to.
So, do we see any furtive door jacks anywhere, or were they legit door jacks have just run away?
Let me just check if we see any door jacks. You see 3 door jacks still sort of standing uncertainly in the distance or around the entrance hall. Like, do you need us for anything? Could I be of assistance, or can I just stay here quietly in the corner and you'll handle all the rough stuff? Because
Okay,
I
that's
don't
fine.
do
They
rough
can
stuff.
stay.
Wine, thank you.
See how beautiful I am. Oh, wine. Very good. Well, this is the worst job in the world. I mean, every day. Oh, not that. Oh, sorry. Just a moment.
Some Arabellan wine would be good. Thank you.
Okay.
Right.
So they go rushing away and vanish outdoors, out through doors. Excuse me, not out of doors. They vanish out of your ken through some doors, and then they come rushing back with wine.
Is it
Because-
ElderQuest?
Well, no. They're not going down to the cellars. They're rushing right back with handy wine, and the Elverquist is not kept handy. That's for special occasions when
we kill all the
Lady
monsters?
Lion. Well, yeah, maybe
so we
this is a
believe.
I
special.
think this is
So
a
we
special
believe.
occasion.
Well, yeah,
Indeed.
but yeah. Yeah. I meant when Lord Hallark had a close personal friend come, or Lady Aline had a person she wished to become a close personal friend in the next half hour came. You know, no,
Okay.
they weren't used to like large numbers of hairy adventurers from showing up, and this is a special occasion to be sure. And when you get the moonstones into Lord Hallark's grasp, this will truly be a banner day for the Last Lions. So you've kept one chambermaid.
Yes.
Plus one's hooked, but
Yeah.
you've got one in the library with you.
Is there anybody here who's, well, I guess it wouldn't be here, but is there anybody not present of the family or of the staff?
Well,
There's
yeah.
2 aunties.
The 2 aunts have vanished again. Presumably they're up on the 3rd floor, if you're lucky. Of the staff, there's, well,
Yeah.
you've never even seen the stable master since you arrived, and he's got 4 grooms who double as gardeners, and they're somewhere. Then there's 6 kitchen maids and 2 cooks, and I think that's pretty much it. Oh, and there's Selra Stonetide, who has sort of vanished into the background.
So there's like a dozen more of these monsters, basically.
Yeah. Can see what hard breed they are.
Okay, yeah, let's just
Directed by John
whoever among
Carpenter.
us would be the best for interrogating the last of the maids. I would say go for that first. The more information we have, the better, instead of just kind of shooting blindly here, which I was about to do, but no, that's a bad idea.
I think we need to ask the creature who their master is.
Well, first, as she's falling out, we should tie her up very well.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
In
have
that
rope.
department.
Yes.
Rope is good.
We'll set her in a chair. We'll get her wound really tight, and then we'll wait for her to wake up.
And she does. But we'll just fast forward to when she does.
Okay.
And she looks around at you and says, "Oh, kill me now."
Oh, you're not so lucky.
First, we have questions.
Yes.
Then,
Many.
then
Of course you do.
then we have lunch.
Am I on the menu?
We
Of
ask
course
him
you
to-
are.
That's right.
Right.
Why are
Well-
you here?
Well, I'm here because of the doom of the Last Lions.
Which refers to.
Plan B.
I pull out the mallet, which is.
There is a how shall I put this? A bunch of merchants in Serloon in Sembia. So they call themselves Serloon's Doom, because that's the sort of sense of humor that rich, fat Sembian merchants have. And they intend to subvert this family. And Plan B, the doom of the Serloons, is to eliminate all of the Last Lions and replace all of them with doppelgangers. My kind. There was only one of us in the family, Sandalor, who was killed by another of my kind who's not working with us. That one there. And she points at Andril, the other son. He's working with the Zentrim. Kill him first. I would derive great pleasure if I'm going to have to die if I see him die first.
Ask him, is this true?
And he says, "Of course not. She'll say anything to, incriminate all of us, get us all killed. But As he says this, he's backing away, trying to make sure that there's a solid wall at his back, not one of you.
Lucas, can you hold him?
Boss. I want to step forward and try to restrain him with my burly manly strength.
Hey.
And he's reaching for something at his. He's wearing a sort of a pendant necklace, and he's reaching for it.
Oh no.
Could I have a D20 roll, please, Lucas?
Is that just a flat 20?
Yeah.
16.
Nice.
Okay. Aha! And he rolls a 12. So your fingers get there first. What are you going to do to this necklace?
Want to rip it off
Yep.
of him if I can.
Okay, you rip it off. And as you do that, as you rip it off, he yells, "Junta!" But nothing
Oh
happens.
no.
It's a dead man trigger, isn't it?
Oh no.
You got
I
it.
wish
you got it away from him before
Oh.
the word of activation made it blow up.
Oh.
And your hand and your head and you and the room with it.
I want to use my second hand to push him against the wall and say, "Yeah, nice try." And that's how clever my character is today.
Okay, so you push him against the wall. You got him by the throat, or you're pinning him, or what are you doing?
Yeah, by his throat, yeah.
Okay, hang on.
Finally.
You know, if you want to keep your hands free, I think I could just levitate him in place for you. So it's like then just like run, like, you know.
Been wet.
Don't go anywhere.
That would be good.
Yeah.
But I don't get the satisfaction of browbeating him then.
Okay, that's fine. Like I made the offer. Listen, I don't want to. I don't want to deny your fun.
You may want to maybe throw the necklace far away from you.
Out the window, preferably.
Yes, preferably out the window.
Do the windows open? Oh, they also shatter, I guess.
Yeah, so they're going to when a chair goes through it. So
There is that.
there is that. That's right.
Just imagine this cleric of Tempest holding someone by the throat up against the wall and just calmly saying over his shoulder, "Open the window."
Yes.
Oh, it'd be better if we're on the third floor when you do that, though.
Yeah.
I used the mallet I pulled out to open the window.
Is there a rank among the clergy of Tempest just called defenestrator? Like, is that above captain, below?
There is now.
well, in the 30 Years War in Europe, there was the defenestration of Prague where they
Yep.
tossed
Yeah.
some out of a window. So there you go.
Yep.
It's amazing how we actually have a word for that specific action.
Isn't it
Hey,
great?
you need to have words for things.
That's true.
Yeah, and what's worse was that it was the second defenestration of Prague. So it's obviously happened before. So that just makes you really curious.
Well, I
It was,
think
it
I
was the
think when-
remix of the original.
I think when Ed gets back, we need to say we're going to bind him as well to a chair or to a bookshelf. I don't care.
Now, I don't have rope, but I do have hose, so we can improvise.
You have hose. What are their names?
Oh,
no.
Oh,
what are the daughters' names again?
I don't think.
Sir, if I might, binding shapeshifters might not be the best way to subdue them.
I have 48. Yeah, but you know what? If you tie them like coil around their waist, I mean their chest with their arms against them, it's going to be harder for them because I think these are Malgrim.
Mm.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's Shantarim, he could also technically just be a human, I suppose. But
No, I think they're Malgrim because when Ed described them trying to move the flesh around the darts to
Yeah.
get rid of them, that's a Malgrim. It's not a doppelganger. So,
but did the sun do that? Or was that only the chambermaid?
that was the
chambermaid
chambermaid that did that. The chambermaid. The sun.
Hello.
Hello.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna. I have two coils of 24-foot hempen rope. I think we should tie the older son sibling up against either a pillar or something or a chair,
Or put him on a hook.
or put him on a hook. Right? Well, he's. I'm thinking he might be human, so that would be an end to that interrogation pretty quickly.
To me, the simplest thing seems to be to kill them all and then speak with dead later.
I agree. I agree. But probably we should take a more diplomatic approach to this. So I think we're going to tie him up and then continue to interrogate the creature that we have tied up first. Or maybe
Okay.
find out from the older son who's behind this. He sounds like he might know.
Well, older son is dead. That was the first one to go.
Oh,
when
the
we
other
got
son.
there.
Then I'm sorry. Then the younger.
Well, even if he
Uh-huh.
knows the whereabouts of the son, if he's even alive. I mean, most likely not, but that could be valuable.
That's true. That's
I
true.
deny everything, says the younger son.
You
These are
deny-
lies, all lies. You will believe a doppelganger over the rightful son and heir. And the father says, you're not the heir.
There you go.
She is, and points across the room at the
Oh,
older
he
sister.
assumed. He assumed.
Well, I think
Hmm.
maybe he was getting rid of his rivals for the heir.
But father, surely you don't think she's human. She's one of them. And the daughter says, no, you're one of them. I'm quite human.
There's
Okay.
a quick way to remedy this.
Yeah.
I'm going to actually cast Detect Evil at this point.
Ooh.
Ooh.
I wanted to get more people in the room, but
Game changer.
I'll gladly do that now.
Did you say you cast Detect Noble? Was that what you just said?
No, he said detect
Good
Weevil.
one, Steve. Good one.
Detect Weevil.
Weevil, there you go.
Weasel.
Hey, I'm gonna
Yes.
fumigate the house, get rid of the infestation. More than one, apparently.
Okay.
yeah.
haha. So, of the people in the room, ha. Well, there's only one evil. You only detect one evil, and that's the son, the restrained son.
Yeah. So
Ooh.
I look at him, right? And I point to the cleric who's holding him up. I said,
Well, he's tied to a chair now.
oh, he's tied to the chair?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So he's tied to the chair. And I'm going to assume that there's like a candle somewhere. I'm just going to hold it like right up against his face as it was like, the desk lamp in like a cop interrogation scene. And I just say, you're cracking under the pressure, son. Admit it now, we could give you a quicker, lighter sentence. Otherwise, we could do this nice and slow that you wanted to drag it out to be right now.
You're gonna do me nice and slow with a candle?
His words, not ours.
That's right. Hey, I'm not with that guy.
I don't know how longer I can control my friend.
Did somebody cue the cheesy 70s music?
This is why it's great being a private eye, because you don't have to follow jurisdiction or procedure. You get to do all sorts of crazy messed up stuff.
Brown chicken, brown cow.
I like to bargain for my life.
We'll start.
Let's talk.
If I reveal everything I know about this family, will you let me live? I promise to go away out of Cormier and never come back and not attack anyone on my way out or any of these people ever again.
Why stop at the family? Give us the dirt on the whole house.
I will. As much as
All
I
those
know.
involved.
We will let
Okay.
you live, but we get to
But
choose
not happily.
where.
No, we'll let him live, but it's up to your father to decide what happens to you.
He's not the father.
No,
Nor
I
is he
think
the
it,
son.
I think it's up to the crown to decide.
Oh, there you go. Nice.
And meanwhile, Reservoir Dogs style, I start pouring lantern oil all over him.
Oh,
I keep the candle right there.
Leaving it to the crown isn't letting me live. You know what they'll do.
We'll tell them you cooperated. They might be able to find a use for you as a double agent. You never know.
Doppel agent.
Or as an informer.
Yeah.
How?
Or as a water closet cleaner.
Or as a dungeon cell centerpiece.
There you go.
You're not gonna let me go?
Well,
It
you'll be out of
depends.
our hands,
Well,
just as someone else's.
Well, let's find out what the information you have for us first.
But that gives away all my bargaining power. If I tell you first.
At this point, you have no bargaining power. Either you tell us or you die.
How about you start by tempting us with some information?
There you go.
Okay. So, Lord Last Lion, that man there, is who he says he is. He's also so in debt to that red wizard that red wizard has his hand up my lord's backside like it's a hand puppet. But this whole household is under the threat because the red wizards are beginning to figure out that they picked the wrong noble family, that this noble family has no power, no influence. So of course they will then eliminate everybody so there's nobody to tell tales. So it's borrowed time for the Last Lions, no matter what happens. The red wizard has been visiting this house to spy, just check up on his little investment. He takes over a different doorjack every time. He just takes over their mind and then sees through their eyes, hears through their ears. Always a different one so that nobody can ever identify where he really is.
Does he do this from afar or is he close by?
Somewhere close by. I don't know where. He could be in the stables. He could be hiding somewhere on the land. I don't know. In the past, red wizards we've spied on, they like to get up on the roof of a building nearby and just lie down on the roof. Nobody ever thinks to look for them there. Unless it's a roof that's overlooked, easily seen, they just lie up on the roof. Watch all the foo-fra going on down below. Nobody ever knows they're there. The Chatelaine, she knows just as much as the Chamberlain does about the red wizards, but she's been keeping it very quiet because she doesn't know that she doesn't think that the Lord or the Chamberlain know she's heard and figured out, and she didn't know what to do, so she hasn't done anything. The Doorjacks, they take turns being ridden by the red wizard, but when they're not, they're innocent. The chambermaids, all dead long ago, replaced by various of us. Not my crew. I was working for the Zender. They were all working for those Sembian merchants. They were selling out the family for money and trade. I was selling out the family to maintain the balance of power and make sure Cormyr doesn't get too big for its britches and doesn't create a major war that would damage the Moonsea, Westgate, Sembia, and, kill hundreds of thousands of you. Probably even reach as far as all. So you see, I'm the good guy in all of this. Just want you to know that.
Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, no problem. Then there's two cooks. The woman, she shrieks and yells. She's one of those excitable types, but I think she's the most loyal servant the Last Lions have. If you need a skillet thrown at somebody, she's your woman. The other cook, Thondel, the nice guy, big fat guy, he's been stealing stuff right, left, and center just to fill his belly and get drunk. He'd probably be a little upset if somebody found out about that. The kitchen maids. As far as we know, as far as I know, they're all women. We haven't done anything with them because they have no reach. There's no point. If we need to get something into the house covertly, then it'll be time to start taking them over because they go in and out the pantry back door. But other than that, no. As far as I know, they're just girls, local girls. Good at what they do, salt of the earth, fodder. Then there's the stable master. That man can drink. He makes his own. He's reeling drunk most of the time. If I was a last lion, I'd have fired him long ago. Because you're paying him for nothing. His grooms are doing all the work because he's so falling down drunk he can't do any of it. The grooms, the gardeners, we haven't taken over any of them yet. They are tomorrow's casualties. Now then, Lyrella. Much as I hate to say it, she's on the level. Sundra, as you saw, she's a wizard in the making. And, a book swat. Not interested in guys, not interested in food, not interested in anything in life. And then there's Amalra. She's been working with us. Mainly spying on Sandlord. Spying on me. And she's so stupid and arrogant that the money the Zents have been giving her, she's been spending on splendid gowns. So the family knows she's up to something because where's all this money coming from? And she's so rock bottom stupid, she hasn't hidden it. So she's human. She's just dunderheaded. A true noble. The flower of the last lions. Give her a gold star. Then there's the two old aunts. Well, Wraithra. Poison tongue bitch. Another true noble. Crazy. Living in the past. Though she thinks the good old days really were the good old days, which tell you how stupid she is. And she wants to go back there. Then there's Caladra. Caladra used to be an adventurer. And she knows the way to another realm. A realm of shifting shadows.
Okay.
That's full of tentacle monsters. And she can summon them. And they will attack people she directs them to attack, but they won't attack her. So she's your real danger. Not us. We're just nice doppelgangers trying to make our way in the world. Feed our little doppelganger children,
As they do,
yes, yeah. I mean, hey, we're just trying to live. We're all one under the gods, right?
We run
But
nonprofit charities.
Yeah, exactly. We
Pay our
do.
doppelganger taxes.
Yeah, we do. But she has been letting monsters into the world for her own amusement. Well, you saw it. You fought a couple of them.
Yeah.
She's batshit crazy. I mean, yes, we know that. She's noble. But I mean, more batshit crazy than usual. Then there's Lord Hellard. What a nice man. What a chucklehead. Need I say more? Then there's Lady Aline, his wife. Wow. What a spitfire. And so horny. And so soured by what life here at Line Towers has become. So that leaves only Sandlor, and I had to get rid of Sandlor because Sandlor was going to spill the beans on everything, and the doom was going to cut loose. That's what he was trying to do when he died. He was trying to write a message so that all the other doppelgangers here of my kind, all the chambermaids, would see the message and know it was time to do plan B. So, I had to get rid of him because, if plan B had gone ahead, who knows what would have happened. It's not like, we the Zents, we believe in the status quo and the balance of power and people living out their lives as they should and peace and no major widespread wars. But these Sembian merchants, they'll do anything for money. They'll sell their own grandmothers. They frequently do. You've got to stop them. They're capitalists, which is a curse from another world. That you, never mind. What else is there? Oh yeah, you haven't seen the haunted room yet. She's fun.
No.
Another batshit crazy aunt. Only this one's been dead for centuries.
Oh, nice.
She'll shriek and charge you, and you get sort of thunder waved against the walls while she spits lightnings in your face. She's fun. Now what else is there? Oh yeah. That's pretty much it. Well, of course, all the time we're standing here jawing, the Red Wizard could be like deciding what the good moment is to get the drop on you. Just saying. And of course, if the Red Wizard does make his move, well, the Zentrum mages I'm working with, they will almost certainly be forced to hurl some spells at him. And, Lion Towers here will be ground zero. So do you want to untie me? And I can sort of head all this off by speaking to my friend, the Zent mages, and tell them all to spare you and the family and all the nice people who are left here at Lion Towers. Just saying. I mean, you wouldn't want the Chamberlain to go down. He's been loyally serving for years, hoping he'll get a pension. He won't because there's no money left. But, well, maybe there is now that you brought all the moonstones. So, I really think you almost have to, let me go to set everything straight.
He does make a compelling case.
Because you can trust me, really.
Yeah, right.
I'm a doppelganger. I'm eminently trustworthy.
Would I lie?
Well, yes, I'd lie, but I will tell you when I'm lying. And I'm what they call predictable in my lies. Just, live and let live. As I did, except for Sandlord, because he was going to upset the apple cart. See, I'm all about keeping the apple cart upright so we can all have apples. That's all it's really about, guys.
Yeah, but what do you care? Because this family has lost its purpose for the Zentrum.
Oh, no. It's lost its purpose for the guys who wanted to get in at court. We just want to get some policies right so we can trade freely.
See,
and
to me, that doesn't make sense because as powerful as your bosses are, they could have funneled money into the house to create more power to have more of a standing in Cormier.
But that costs money, and that takes time. It's ever so much easier just to put the right agent in the right place and save all that money. You think this is the only thing they're doing? This is one tiny finger on 2 or 3 big hands. So this isn't the only household you have to root it out of. It's everywhere. Half the nobles of Cormier are subverted.
So you tell me this. Why would it matter if we let you go or not? If there's still going to be a red wizard, an enemy of yours, let alone the merchants of Sembia?
Because I can go and tell Zentra mages that I work with that the apple cart's been upset here. And they will take care of the Red Wizard in short order because they do not want the Red Wizard deciding that because the apple cart's been upset, he better make his move. So they'll make a move to get rid of him, and all of these nice people will live. And this stately home will still be standing, and the cooks and the kitchen maids can actually prepare a feast and eat sometime instead of merely drinking every decanter with insight.
And how do you contact your superiors?
Well, you have to let me go. and I have
Why
to
is
go
that?
out into the woods, and I have to go to the agreed upon meeting place, and I have to say and do the right thing. And they can watch from afar, so they can tell if I'm being compelled, or if I got a spell laid on me, or if you guys are following me. They can tell all that. And then I have to meet with them and reassure them that things are as I'm telling them. And then they will act accordingly. They're businessmen. They're not stupid.
Yes, but
You
your
see-
your life is all about subterfuge. What would make you think that we would even trust you for a moment?
I don't think you'll trust me. I think you're going to kill me. But I'm trying to level with you in a desperate attempt to stay alive and to prove to you that, I can keep to a deal. Really, I can. And that deal will benefit this family and it'll benefit peace in our time.
Jeez.
You
Little
keep
thick
almost
there.
having me, Ed.
Almost. And then you do that.
And that's why I keep doing it. I just go to the line and then I go whee! over the line.
Did somebody mention a pension?
You might
Hey,
be the
hey,
holder.
if
You could just
it
take
will,
those 400 stones and just cash it out as a lump sum annuity right now. You could just
Right.
do
no,
it
no,
here.
no. You got to give those to the Lord. The man is impoverished, but I happen to know where the ghost hid her treasure. So I can make sure that the Chamberlain, and for that matter, the Chatelaine, why should she be left out? I can make sure they get handsome pensions right now.
Okay, why don't you tell us where it is? And then using that, we may trust you more.
Sure. But you're going to have to follow me up through the house. Do you trust me enough to unleash me?
No.
No.
Luca, what's your strength?
Oh, it's just double check. It's 17.
Okay.
So
So it's great.
You can lift him and the chair.
That's what I'm saying. Mine's 17 as well.
Mine's 1866.
Oh, there you go, George.
If you lift him, I will lift the chair.
Well, I think George can do it by himself. And then, you know
Yeah.
what? We'll take you with us. We're not going to untie you yet. You show us where it is, and then we'll
Okay.
see if it's the truth.
We're going to have to go into the haunted room.
That's fine. We have a priest of Tempest.
I am vastly reassured.
Heal yourself.
You hear that, Lucas? He's dissing you, buddy.
Okay, so you lift the chair and take the man up to the 3rd floor. And he leads you to the northeast corner of the 3rd floor, or just about as far as you can get on the 3rd floor. And there's a bedchamber there in the corner.
Yes.
And he says, you must go in and keep going, because the ghost will smash at you with her powers. And she will seek to push you back out of the room. Just keep going straight across the room to that far corner, the northeasternmost corner. Just keep going, no matter what happens.
Okay, we'll take him with us.
Yeah, okay. Can we hold him up in front of us?
Yes.
Yep. Oh yeah, he's tied into the chair. He can't do anything. If you want to lead with the chair, he's leading.
He is
Okay,
our doppelganger shield.
Yes.
Okay, so you go into the room and immediately this face appears, translucent face appears in midair and goes, "Ah!" And as she does that, little lightning bolts, or tiny ones, are just like out of her mouth as she comes flying at you. And of course, thunder wave power. So you're all just going wham back against the. And so if you're pushing the chair forward, it's like you're struggling against a heavy gale or
Okay.
torrent of water. Okay, gonna keep going.
Gonna
Yep.
keep
Fight
going,
your way
yeah.
right across the room. Yells the doppelganger. Right across the room.
Push.
Okay, so you go. It's a boy. No, okay, see, go right across the room to the northeast corner. And the northeast corner of the room, there's a nice wood paneled pillar. And on the wood paneled pillar, there's some nice molding carving. And above it is a tiny little painting hanging on the wall in an ornate metal frame. And the tiny little painting is a painting of a unicorn up on its hind legs, somewhere in a wooded glade. And the doppelganger says, okay, what you got to do is grab that painting, pull it off the wall. There's a hook that it's hanging on. Turn the hook.
Is anybody familiar with trap stall? Maybe.
Yeah, well, we'll put him right in front of the picture. So
I put down the chair,
Mhm.
and I want to cast Find Traps.
Okay. You're getting hammered by this ghost.
Oh,
It's like the whole room is
We're
the
not
whole
past
room
it.
is swirling. Yeah, I know the ghost fills the whole room and is
Okay.
you know it's like you're trying to cast in the middle of a hurricane. It's not going to happen. You're going to waste the spell if you try it.
Let's try my ability to find traps 45%.
Okay. Roll.
So it's a percentage, right?
Yep.
yes.
And I have to roll under 45.
Yep.
Okay. 52.
Damn.
Nope.
Okay. You're not sure about traps.
I don't know.
I mean, listen, we came all this way upstairs.
Ed,
Don't
from the
make me
hall,
come upstairs.
from the hall, Kendar peeks his head in the room and says, "Good priest, my money's on the line here. Couldn't you just dismiss the undead? Don't you do that kind of stuff?" I mean, there is a pension here on the line.
Does Tempest not aid you at this point?
Actually, hang on. I might be able to do something here. I have hold undead.
Hold them dead. Okay.
Actually, hang on,
Dismiss?
let me read that again. Yeah, it's well, according to the character sheet, it's called Wizard Lock / Hold Undead. So I don't know if that'll just settle down the goal. Let me actually look that up. Hold Undead. When cast spell renders 1d3 undead creatures whose total hit dice are equal to or less than the caster's level. No more than 3 undead can be affected by a single spell. To cast, the wizard aims a spell to point within range to the undead targets. Closest to this are considered to be in the area of effect, provided all within the field of vision and the range. Undead of a mindless nature are automatically affected. Other forms of dead are allowed a saving throw to negate the effect.
Ooh-ha-ha.
The spell is successful. It renders the undead immobile for the duration. So I think you might actually have to roll here, Ed. And as far as spell save DC, I'm actually having trouble finding that on the sheet. Oh, saving throws for spell. 12. It says, or well, would this be like paralyzation? Maybe.
Yeah, sort of.
All right, so it's
Yeah.
a bit better. 14.
Okay. Let me just
Yeah.
check something. So you're gonna try that? You're gonna try and hold undead.
I'm going to try to hold the undead, see if I could kind of stop this whirlwind of a phantasm here.
Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. And all of a sudden, everything stops. The hurricane stops, and there's a great stillness in the room. And the room seems empty except for you. There seems to no longer be an undead presence in the room.
I just span really fast in the opposite direction.
That's it.
Praise
Okay.
Tempest.
So, what are you doing? Doppelganger still in Andrel's shape, is tied to a chair and set down on the floor right in front of the northeast corner. There is indeed a unicorn picture hanging on that center corner post.
Well, now that the room is still, Lucas, I would say maybe now you have a chance to try casting detect traps or not.
Yeah, I have another slot for that. I will try find trap again.
Okay. Go ahead. Cast it.
It just says you sense the presence of any trap within range that is within line of sight. A trap for the purpose of this spell includes anything that would inflict a sudden or unexpected effect you consider harmful or undesirable. So I
don't think it's desirable that people get all this money.
I cast it on the painting. Oh,
okay.
The hook behind it, rather.
No traps.
Okay.
Sounds perfectly safe.
Yep.
Pull the hook.
Yes, I will try to do as the doppelganger instructed then.
So you carefully lift the painting down and set it aside. And then you try and twist the hook. It doesn't go to the right, but it does go to the left, and it twists upwards. And the moment it goes past sort of a 45-degree angle, you hear a click, and the ceiling tile in the northwest corner of the room goes down. And it's
It just
hanging.
hangs there.
Yeah, it just hangs there with a sort of little black exposed lip around the edge of it. So if you were being very daring and you stood on somebody or on a little ladder, you could stick your fingers up along the edge of this ceiling tile.
And then get your fingers crushed as it immediately retracts.
Do you have another find traps?
Does anybody have find traps? Yeah.
You find traps in the traps?
I can use the ability to find traps. There you go. Barrel. Yeah. Nope. 99. Come on.
You're sure there are no traps anywhere near here?
Oh, guys, this is
Listen,
safe.
it could have been worse. It could have been one more worse.
I am so sure
Yeah,
that I will
no-
reach with my hand. I'll climb over a bed or something and reach with my hand.
We have a
Okay.
doppelganger in a chair. You can use him as a step stool.
That's true. I will. That's true.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Okay. So you reach in
Yep.
and you feel a lever.
There's layers
Oh,
and layers.
Come on. Since I am so sure that I pull.
So it's time to roll up the new. No, no.
At this
see
point in
more
the adventure, we say
doppelgangers drop from the
goodbye to the player. Yes.
You pull the lever, and
Yeah.
Your corner bedroom has a south wall, and you hear a click from the south wall, and a whole panel, wooden panel that looks like solid wall, slowly descends like it's a Murphy bed.
Dibs.
And on the inside of this panel,
If I may demonstrate.
yes,
There you go.
exactly. Thank you, sir. All
Nice.
right. Yeah. Okay. Now, on the inside of that, the top surface of that, or what will be the top surface of that when it is in a horizontal position and what is currently hidden in the wall, the top surface of that is entirely composed of tiny brass coffers. They're all about this big and about
Oh.
3 times as deep, and they're all clipped into frames all over this. and they all look identical. And each one of them has a tiny little metal handle, just a U-shaped handle. They're like so many little cash boxes.
So do they look like they could be removable?
Yep. Yeah, you could pull each one out of its little frame clip, and you'd be holding a little cash box. About yay big. Oh, about another thing thick. So
Oh,
like
wow, okay.
this.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
What's in the box?
Are you going to do that?
Well, certainly the 16 HP wizard is not going anywhere near anything like that, so.
So the doppelganger tied to the chair says, "Hey, I volunteer, but you'll have to untie me."
I punch him.
Sure. No.
Don't you trust me?
No.
I've led you this far.
I want to whack him upside the head. And I will step forward to open my box.
Oh,
I
okay.
take-
Are you
I
going to
take
do
an
the
empty
whacking,
canvas.
or
I have
Or
an
you're
empty
just gonna-
canvas sack and I pull it over his head.
and you hear this voice say, "Oh, foreplay."
Of
Okay.
course.
So you can now hear this indistinct inside the bag. Okay, and Bralagar, you are taking a box. Are you?
Take a box.
Okay. You pick a random box and you hold it up. And are you going to open it?
Yes.
You open it up. It's a brass box. Inside are stacked neatly, and they just fit. There's a double row. So 2 rows of 4 platinum pieces. Each row 6 platinum pieces tall.
Ooh.
So
Dust.
Treasure.
No. I show this to my companions.
Last lion who?
I grab another box.
Okay.
And I open it.
Mm-hmm. Same thing. So 48, another
Okay.
48 platinum pieces, another 48 platinum pieces, another 48 platinum pieces.
How many in
Okay.
total do we find?
Well, there looks to be about 300
pension's worth.
360 boxes worth.
Oh,
Ooh.
Jesus.
Christ.
By
Lord Hallark is now standing in the doorway going,
You still want the 400 rune stones?
"Well, yeah, that was a bet and I won it fair and square." Wow.
So 17,280 platinum pieces.
Yep. That's a lot.
So I, being compelled by my neutral good alignment. So how much exactly are you in debt to this Thayan friend of yours?
25,000 gold pieces.
Oh, that's easy. All right. Yeah, so the
Easy.
rest is ours, but we'll buy you out.
Yeah, we'll buy your debt for you.
Yeah,
We'll
Plus
charge you
one.
a small
Good
interest
alignment.
rate over time.
and the
Plus-
doppelganger
plus
says,
one.
doppelganger says,
Plus
pension,
one.
pension, pension.
Oh, yes, absolutely. We'll take care of the house staff as well.
Will do.
Okay. Well, does that mean I can go?
You can, well, no.
he deserves a clean death.
Hang on. Why not offer him a position with the blades?
Ooh, I like it.
We could, still keep him tied, but bring him back to Omni with us after. we
That's a
rest.
great idea. I can be the
Yep,
gorilla of your dreams.
We'll call you Megilla.
But he was clearly willing to betray his original cause.
That's true.
So
Yeah, so we couldn't trust him is the only problem.
exactly.
You're
But-
adventurers. What is
but-
this prattle of trust?
But hang on, we can't trust him. But what if our Baron's coffers can maybe help foster a little trust?
Oh yeah, I can be bought. Yeah.
See, there you
As
go.
long as we pay him more than others.
How much
He can
does
be
it take
trusted.
to keep you bought?
Yeah.
1 silver more than the next guy, hopefully.
I could probably scrape by on 12 GP a month.
Is that within our pay rate?
15 GP sounds fair to me. Round it up.
Wow. I love you. Can I shine your shoes? Check your oil? Wipe your windshield?
But I can tell you now, if you
Dust the books.
process,
If you breathe wrong.
if you breathe wrong, if you double cross us, if you fart in front of a nobleman, Lucas is
Too
going
late.
to Lucas will take care of you. Tempest loves blood, remember.
That seems like a fair deal. That's more than most of us get in life. So yes, I'm okay with that.
And one of these days, that day may never come. I will ask you for a favor.
And
I say we can
you
get
have
this
so
one
little
done.
respect.
That's right. On the day of my daughter's wedding, this is the thing I ask for most.
Yeah. Sure. I'm do you want to shake on it?
Do a we'll
Shake
do a
who?
no, we'll do a
Let's do
blood.
that.
How's that?
I put on my bladed glove. And I
How
say,
long I
"Do
might have
you?"
written one of them.
Oh, you want to do a
Sure.
blood pact? We can do a blood pact.
No, I don't.
If I
Alex,
could interject,
my mom might be able to give you a
Oh.
bag. Down-
Go ahead, Steve. It's
how many old adventurers do you know? Let me answer that for you. Very few. These are the stupid shenanigans each and every one of you that come through this household do time and time again. He's a doppelganger, for God's sakes. Slit his throat, you fools.
But what
At
if he's
that-
our
but not-
doppelganger?
Wait, hang
But
on.
not
hang on,
before
hang
you
on.
pay me.
Hang on. At that, because and this is just me thinking to myself, I haven't trusted Quindor since the get-go here. I have no idea if he's the Red Wizard. I have no idea. I just don't. Well, maybe he's not. This is just me to see if he actually would put his money where his mouth is. I take out my dagger. I give it to him. And I say, put your money where your mouth is. Why have us do the dirty work? You're not our boss.
Ed Kindar looks at Halark for his consent.
Do what you think is right.
For the family, my lord.
Yes.
Oh,
And the doppelganger goes. And the adventure goes. It's over.
oh wow. All right.
Okay.
I kind of feel bad for dangling a job opportunity. Then nope.
I was thinking, oh, this could be so cool, a doppelganger in the ranks, but boy, would it have made writing future adventures more fun. and I was even killing myself laughing at the thought of Quindor being the Red Wizard.
Yeah.
That would have
Oh.
been perfect.
You could have had,
Yes,
you could
it
have had
would've.
everybody under the thrall or something,
But-
man. It's just
But of course, it's really Selra who's the Red Wizard.
What?
what?
Yeah, the Shadow Age. She's the Red Wizard.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh my
No
god.
way.
I feel like it's one of those like murder mystery plots where they're all
Yes.
like
Yeah.
like there are
It's
no
like-
nobles left.
Yeah, it's like Murder on the Orient
Essentially.
Express. Yeah.
Oh, it's like
Yeah.
Clue.
I was
Everybody
about to
has
say
their
like
own
with Tim
secret.
Curry and Christopher. Yeah.
They're all evil.
Yeah. But actually, the only
Except
two
Mr. Green.
doppelgangers in the family are the two sons
Oh.
Mm.
working for opposite sides. And
Yep.
one of them murdered the other before you got there,
Gee.
Wow.
but set everything in motion.
This
I
whole
like it.
goddamn family.
Dun, 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 dun.
I feel like we're just
actually,
really
yeah.
inept Inspector Clouseaus.
As I said, you cast Detect Noble.
That's a good. Yeah, that was
well,
really
well
good.
said. Yes,
But it's the same as
Steve
the
is getting
Evil.
all the good lines here. He's just pow, pow, pow. He keeps hitting it. All right. Well, thank you all. That was great fun.
That was awesome.
Thank you, Ed.
Ed.
That was
Thank
a lot of
you.
fun.
Now we need to get a copy of that.
Except that it's
Oh.
not a linear adventure.
I know, but
It's all done by which way you guys zig or
I
zag.
know.
If I wrote it out, it would be one of those 230 pages. If you do this, then this,
Okay,
but not before you do that.
you got plenty of time for that.
Yeah. No,
it would be cool just to see the list of names and their starting position.
Oh yeah, that
You know,
I
I
could
think
do.
Eric is asking for that so we can write it into Cormier's history.
Okay, I can give you all of that. I can. Let's see. How do I share that?
Well, just send it. You can just send it to me or Eric, and
Okay.
then we can share it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'll do that. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's easily done.
not lot. You know, this is a first or second edition adventure, right? It's supposed to be bare bones, just like names, race, and where they start.
Oh yeah. I
And
could
maybe
do all
one
that.
sentence motivation.
Oh yeah,
That'd be-
I've got
that'd
all
be enough
that
for most
sitting
people.
right here.
Yeah,
And sometimes a plot.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Sometimes, only sometimes.
the plot is derived.
Kill everybody. Kill
I do-
things.
The
I
manual
do
for
like
the
the
adventure
idea
is
of it.
just interpretive dance like instructions.
I do like the idea of a doppelganger in the Baron's blades, though.
No, that was a great idea. Who said was that? Peter?
It was me. Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
a great idea.
And-
Hey,
but the thing is, I really wanted to call out Quindor's bluff here to make sure, but I didn't think it would actually go that far. I kind of regret it now.
no, you killed the top. Hey, you killed him. We didn't.
He did. Hey,
There was
I
a
was an
pension
asset
on
to
the
the
line.
crime. I was an
Yes.
asset to the crime.
There's a pension on the line. Good point.
What I'm surprised about is that the Lord of the Manor gave up all of that platinum just to take care of his debt with the Red Wizard.
He's a noble,
Yeah.
and he's
mean-
used to being poor.
No, that's true.
Listen, you gotta recognize like the weight that comes behind the debt, especially to a Thayan of all people.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
That's a lot you gotta get
It
rid
sounds
of.
like that the Baron's blades now have their own estate.
Well, they got enough money to buy one if they want.
No, I'm talking about their Lions estate.
Listen, if
Yeah.
there's this much like screwed up shit around the area, I'm not sure if this is a desirable location for a base of operation.
Actually, yeah.
No, absolutely. I don't know. We could clean it up. It is Cormirian, so
We
It
could
is.
clean it up.
I mean, metagame wise, you could just grind out Malgrams time after time and just level up endlessly.
Just put the one ant in like a cell and just have her like it's like a farm. Just summon.
summon. There you go. It's perfect.
Same.
Only problem,
I-
I wish we had dealt with the Red Wizard though.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Because if you don't deal with the Red Wizard will deal
with you.
That's about right.
or as my father used to say, the more you know, the more you know.
Right.
I was gonna say I should be like inscribed on like one of the cornerstones of Suzale or something.
So, gentlemen, how did y'all like your gaming with the Old Mage today?
Thought
A
it
lot
was
of
great.
fun. A lot of fun. I love how animated that it was.
That was cool. Yes. I like role playing. I hate combat and dungeon crawl.
Yeah, I mean, I like the fact that I think we all had to roll at least once, basically,
Mhm.
and the rest of it was making us think. That's
Yeah.
old school. That's so old
I'm
school.
trying to think, but nothing happens.
Yeah.
So it's just fun. It's just fun to roll the die, but it
Yeah.
shouldn't dictate the action.
It is. I mean, I actually had my tray all ready and everything with my little dice. cup and I actually did roll well this time, which is good.
There you go.
In Eric's game, I'm always rolling ones, so.
Yeah.
But no,
And it
I'm
rolls
glad-
well.
Darn
all over
roll
the
20.
place.
yeah, exactly. When you roll 5 20s in a row, it doesn't
Yeah.
help.
Yeah.
So, all right.
Well, this was much appreciated. Really appreciate the time, Ed, and it was great to meet you all. who haven't met before. So thank you.
Yeah, likewise. Likewise.
No, thank you, everybody. So
Yeah.
we can hang.
So I will bung all those files to Eric and to Jeff, and
Perfect.
feel free to share them with everybody. That's fine. That's cool.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for including me again.
Hey,
Oh,
my
absolutely.
pleasure.
Steve. Thanks for coming
It's
in.
great. You were coming
Absolutely.
out with all the great zingers. It was great.
I know that was terrific.
It was
And it's
really
the
fun looking
hardest
at you
thing to do.
leery-eyed for the whole afternoon.
Yeah.
Like,
It's the hardest thing to do, though, because how much does my character know? You know,
Yeah.
No, but you
Oh,
did.
that's a
it
tough
was
role.
great. It was.
it's like
no, you did
it's like
good.
being an understudy who gets thrust out on the stage in a play you don't know, and you're just trying to get through each scene and not, did I do okay? Did I do the right thing? Have I
Yeah.
screwed up the plot completely?
No, because every time Steve you said something, Ed was over there going, yeah.
I think it's just my job to kind of toss the ball out and let somebody else hit it.
No, it's perfect. That was perfect. That was
Cool.
No, that was nice. I had a great time. Last time I didn't play, I just kind of sat and watched, but
I just like to watch.
I like to watch. That's
Oh,
right.
God.
I mean, it makes sense. A watching man never plays. That's how it
Yeah.
goes.
Hold on just a second, guys. Let me actually tell everybody thanks for coming up and showing up for the gaming with the old mage. We all had a great time, and we will have another one of these soon. So everybody say goodbye to our friends over on Twitter.